7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and we welcome you to get involved as we broadcast live from the Stiefel Studios. You are welcome to text in, call in, or email in. And Doug, with a day like today and only 5 design, air, heating, and cooling emails of the day remaining to determine the $10,000 HVAC system, for those who are working and listening to the program, they might have an edge on the field. You were comparing it before the show to the strokes gain system.
I didn't really.
If somebody pars a hole and that's about what the field is averaging, you pick up a birdie. It's almost like, would you call it an albatross?
I wouldn't, I guess.
3 under par, I guess. It'd be a 2 on a par 5.
Okay.
So a real opportunity here for this $10,000 HVAC system. Kind of funny that the heating system could be the determination for who wins the heating system.
I see where you're going,
Is that funny?
It is very ironic.
We have a 3-way tie here with 5 emails of the day left. Incel from the other side of the couch, Alan Dadeville, and Buck Swope all tied as we head down the stretch in the competition. So you're welcome to call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And, of course, talk it over with other TMA listeners who may be snuggled at home in their beds, but they are watching with us on youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, it's a Sadie Hawkins for the ages. So many options. What are you going with as the lead?
Beyond the weather, beyond our current conditions.
Hey,
we got to keep
your
it to
lead.
sports.
It can be. The AVNs were on Saturday. I'm happy to lead with that.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I bet you didn't.
It would have been better if Doug said, why don't we lead with the AVNs?
Anybody win that I might know?
Jackson?
I don't know. Are leading with it now. Why I even ask the question?
You're the one who asked, and then
I'm unaware of the field, but I did see some sort of...
Got to do show prep, man. I hate to say it, but you got to do show prep.
I saw a Q&A session going on with some of the nominees, I guess, and I've never seen so many middle-aged guys who I would describe as victims of gravity in my entire life.
What does that mean?
Doug, what does that mean?
A little maybe a little heavier. Yeah.
These are the people in the crowd, or the actors?
Victims of... Did you invent that, or have you heard that before?
Aren't we all victims of gravity?
In one way or another. Some of us more affected than others.
Yeah.
Doug, I see the best girl scene was Miss B, Nasty, and
I didn't mean to lead with this. I didn't mean to
ask.
Oh.
And do they all have cheesy names like, our winner this year, best actor is Bobby Beef? Do they all have...
You're out of line, boy.
Okay.
Because the best leading actress was Ryan Reed.
Okay.
So this is what Doug wanted to lead with. I didn't expect this. I wasn't.
It isn't. I didn't know what was going on.
And the winner is Ramatar. All right, thank you. Just take a popular movie name, Doug, and then you add some innuendo.
Ramatar?
This ties in to sports, so that'll be great for the olds. Male Performer of the Year, Vince Carter. So, Jackson, I didn't know about that, but now we're NBA grooming.
Nice, VC.
Female Performer of the Year, congratulations to Jennifer White. Martin, surprise guest maybe at 9 o'clock, but I know we have Gabe booked to recount.
He'd be
Mark
happy
Mitchell.
to cede the opportunity.
I think he would be. He's probably asleep. Doug, outside of the AVNs, what is the lead?
I still think it's the extreme cold and the snow.
All right, hey.
I think that's it. That's what's on everybody's mind.
All right. Well, there it is.
I was kind of surprised pleasantly that the drive up here from the Sunset Hills area to Olive at 270 wasn't bad at all.
So you took 270?
I did. I went Lindbergh.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious what 270 is like. Martin, you don't
know.
Get on 270?
I was on 270 yesterday at about 5 o'clock, and not bad.
Okay.
Not bad at all. I went to work on 270 and came home on 270. Not bad. You get these drifts or you get these giant piles. They don't have a lot of places to put this snow. I think that's the hardest thing. If you're going around your neighborhood, if you're just getting out today, you'll be doing just fine, and then you make a right turn. There's just a massive pile of snow in the middle of the road.
It doesn't seem like there's a lot of ice on the roads, though. I didn't encounter any of that.
I think it actually is. I mean, I was driving at 5 o'clock yesterday because, Tim, the essential workers must get out on the road. And my mom even said, well, why would they need you there? I said, well, thanks. Thanks a lot. We got a big night of sports.
Yeah.
Big
Essential worker, Martin.
I tried to tell my mom, she said, well, that's stupid. You should
I
be
saw
at
your
home.
Twitter tweet.
My mom was not pleased, and I took it as a great insult. She said, well, they don't need you there. And she emphasized the you, and I was like, I guess I really don't matter. But it was a fun night, just sitting. I was the only one in the Two Fox office, was watching the old ball game. It was great.
Isn't this a sports show?
Oh.
The snow's over. Talk about Illinois and the historic play by the freshmen.
Okay.
That's angry
Boy, he is
Dan.
mad. He is mad. He is really loaded with it. Well, yes, they look great in the win over Purdue. Okay, there. We've wrapped it up.
Oh,
that's it.
Wow. And
Huge game.
Jackson, you
Okay.
are out of the crosshairs of the 618. It's squarely on Douglas Elvin Vaughn.
Yeah, best of luck there, Doug.
Okay,
It'll be tough
Waxer had,
for you.
what, 46? Okay.
Water at 46?
Nice game.
Oh, now his name's Waxer.
Wagler. Nice game for the
Wagler.
Frosh. Why did
Great
you say
story.
Frosh?
Under-recruited, too. He had offers from Tulsa. I'm like,
Golden Hurricane.
Everybody kind of missed the boat on this kid for sure. I think the storm coming on a Saturday into Sunday helped everybody out. It was a perfect day to kind of shut it down. I think a lot of people have shut it down today. We appreciate if you're listening. Well, I like to vet the audience. I like a good text audit. Are you working from home?
Oh, yeah. That
Are
means
you-
not working
Or are
much.
you just
right?
chilling?
Martin, we're actually getting outside of Angry Dan, who wants Doug to talk more about Waxer. We're getting compliments for being here. A shout out to the whole TMA crew for making it into work this morning so we listeners can be entertained. That's from the mayor of Melville, so he's had a busy weekend.
Right.
And the Panther is texting in to thank us for coming in today. Well, Mayor of Melville, we doff our caps to you and all the work you do with, what was that, Reset New Jenkins? Am I right?
Yeah, he played their football. Yeah.
And Mark Hanna.
The drive up wasn't bad at all for him. Maybe that's because there were so few cars on the road. It was just about me all the way up, and that makes a big difference. But it really wasn't very bad. Yesterday, I was supposed to have a party at Helen Fitzgerald's with some of the guys I ran around with high school. Every year we go to Helen's for a party on championship weekend.
Do
I was
shots.
the only one who showed up. The only one
They didn't
there.
text you to say we're not doing it?
No. Well, after I'd already left. So I didn't check my email on the way there. All these years, I've been running around with soy boys and beta males.
Clip that off.
And I walked in, Helen's is packed.
Was it packed?
Yes.
I had a buddy of mine text me and say, "Hey, we're up at Helen's having some libations, probably some wingy and crinkle cuts. I would have to imagine too, and come on up." And he says it's packed.
It was.
And Doug was up there, and you just decided to sit at the bar and just
I
pound
left.
booze and watch the Rammies.
I walked around, looked for everybody, and said, then I turned, reared, and I left. And then I looked at my email. Oh, yeah, we're not going to do it. We can't get out in the snow.
Again, Tim, it's important people stay off the road so the plows can do their job, unless you want to go have some wings.
That's correct.
That's
correct.
Watch some football.
That's correct.
I mean, it is a huge sports day for restaurants, and sports bars to pack them in for the championship Sunday.
Oh, yeah, I bet they took a hit. Yeah.
So a lot of folks that did have to shut down. That's a big hit. Doug was there. He could have. You could have sat down and at least
briefly.
pounded like 12 beers.
No.
What a good sport.
Carlos
left.
Spicy Wiener, who is in the mix to win a $10,000 HVAC system. He has one win, meaning he trails Buck Swope, the incel from the other end of the couch, and Alan Dadeville by just one, with 5 design, air, heating, and cooling emails of the day left this month. Says, sounds like the incel community was out in droves at the AVNs on the TMA fan page and the TMA Reddit page. Color me shocked. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. I can't speak to the AVNs, Doug. As you know, I went in 2010 and 2016, both years a Christmas present from my wife.
Oh, God.
Not there in 2020.
What a good sport she is.
You better believe it, brother. But not there in 2026. I did have a chat with the audience on the TMA fan page on Facebook, which Jackson does a wonderful job of moderating.
Yeah, I check in there bi-monthly. Just to make sure
That's the gig.
everything's
That's what his contract says.
Doing
Check
well.
it bi-monthly.
Yeah.
I can't speak to what happened at the AVNs. I can't speak to what happened on the TMA Reddit page. We welcome you to call in and share that, though. Carlos Spicy Wiener, or anybody else for that matter, 314-974-0101. So, Doug, you went with the AVNs first, the weather second.
Yeah.
This is just a brief aside, although it fits with what you think is the second story, being the weather. Do you think schools will be back in session tomorrow? Because I don't think the roads are going to be able to improve materially between now and tomorrow with it being frigid today.
I'd say probably not, because they get a certain amount of snow days. This is about as cold as it ever gets here. And I think just that will keep a lot of people home. So
you hearing anything at the Two Fox there, Martin?
About tomorrow?
Just in general,
In general, no. I think the temperature's better tomorrow. It's the one day where it's not insanely cold. So if it was going to be -4 again, I think that cold weather could have decided it. So I feel like most schools will probably shut her down just on the side of caution. It's one of the biggest storms we've had in a while. I'd like to know where my prize is. I believe Lambert's official reading was like 8.1.
Oh,
you shipped the over.
I shipped the over.
You shipped it.
Somebody tweeted at me last night, "What's your prize?" I'm like, just the feel-good moment.
We each put in
knowing that it happened.
$1,000, and I think we were all on the under. Well, I set the number at 4.5, so congratulations.
I think especially rural areas tomorrow, probably you shut it down. But I think it's in play. Road report from Wildwood. I'm off 100. My road is a sheet of ice. That's from the 636.
Really? I didn't encounter any of that. It was a fluffy snow. It was easy to shovel and get out of the driveway.
Also, Barge Guy said he would like to call in and give us an update. Now, Chairman Kurt's working from home. If you guys want, I'll go to the cuck chair and start taking calls.
Oh, nice.
I got Barge Guy on hold.
You got Barge Guy on hold?
Did you
He's
text
texting
papers? I
in.
apologize.
No, I was gonna let it kind of marinate for a little bit.
I was just sharing the text. I wasn't saying. And
See if he's interested in hanging out for a little bit. And then,
you were buying a little time there.
yeah,
you were running some clock.
Letting the water boil.
He said he's working from home. A Barge Guy working from home. So let us know. What are you up to today? How was your weekend? Did you get out? Did you see Doug?
At Helen Fitzgerald's.
I tried to get out. Nope.
How many wings
Soy
did you
boys.
have while you were there?
I didn't have any. I looked around. They weren't there. Then I checked my phone. Oh, they canceled it. So I turned, reared, and left.
That is kind of a terrible feeling when you walk in, even if you're just looking for your family and you feel like the biggest loser. You're just looking around like, hey, what's up? I'm meeting some folks here.
Yeah, especially when the place doesn't. Helen Fitzgerald's is not the case, but like a place that doesn't have a ton of standing room, and you're like kind of in the way of everybody. Food servers are coming around you. You're like, are you in line? I'm like, oh goodness.
Papers, you probably have not seen a movie called The Lonely Guy. Steve Martin. He cranked out a bunch of movies when he was extremely popular, and they're all not terribly funny.
Yeah,
but.
Should I check out The Lonely Guy?
Just kind of wacky. He walks. He's a lonely guy. He's alone. So he walks into the restaurant, asks for a table for one, and they put a spotlight on it. It follows him to his table.
No way there is school tomorrow. If there is, I will kiss Doug. That's from Wedding Tackle.
No, we don't
Win-win.
need that.
I think more likely than not, they'll shut down tomorrow.
I would agree with you. And my reasoning, I agree with you on the allotment of snow days, but then also I just don't know how the roads are going to be much better today than tomorrow. Now, Doug, since we both take the same route to work, oddly, did you notice that when we get to Huntley, it was good? There was like a mile stretch where it was totally clear.
No problem. Yeah.
I don't know what that's about.
I don't know. Maybe they have the money to have their own private street scrapers.
Well, I have a carport.
Not that many carports in Huntley. I think there's like 3 for like the really wealthy people.
Well, they have like the entrance where like you drive through under the house, like the garage that's cut in half. So that's half a carport.
By definition.
Yeah,
By
you could park
definition.
under it, therefore it would be a carport.
I got to say, there's a stretch right in front of Tim. Did your mom go to the Viz? Is she a VVET?
Boy, I don't know. I'm a meat and potatoes guy,
Okay.
so visitation would not be something my family would come from, even though she did.
For those who did go there, I'll let you know that stretch. It's right in front of Missouri Baptist on Ballast. For whatever reason, there's about a 1 block, like a football field length, that doesn't get plowed. I don't know
Is
if
that right?
I don't know if the plow guys are mad at Viz. They didn't let her daughter in at some point. I'm telling
Like
you,
when you're getting off 40?
It's right before 40, but it would
Okay.
be on the south side.
Got it. Because that's how I take Ballast. I take 40
You
to
get off the
Ballast
highway
here.
and you go north in front of all the other hospitals.
Because I feel like they plow those better because the hospitals.
But if you were to go to your left,
It
you'd
gets
be in front
rough.
of Viz. It's like you're skiing.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Could
How
be
about
beef.
that?
It's really just one little stretch.
Like
there.
St. Joe's calls that in or something.
Yes.
The Angels, big rivalry. Doing the same thing today I've been doing since January 7th down here in Southwest Florida. Glad you guys navigated the storm safely. Hope all your cars start when you leave today. Stay warm. Happy Monday. Doug, that's Sharon and Clayton
Holy
/Sanibel.
Yeah. That did not feel good. That did not feel good at all.
Who did you leave Helen Fitzgerald's with, Doug? That's from The Irishman in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Left alone.
It's just from an Irishman.
Marty Scorsese, that picture's 7 years old now?
I don't know how many years old.
2019?
I don't.
And he couldn't find any Irish actors. So De Niro.
Thank you, Martin.
De Niro
Take out
played the
Macaulay.
Irishman.
Yeah, De Niro's played Irish before.
But
Jimmy Conway. Couldn't be made because of it.
Yeah.
It's offensive. Your thoughts on the lack of Irish people in The Irishman and or Goodfellas?
Dig in.
314-399-9646. A lot of friends are already in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 165. I guess, Doug, they're just snuggling at home and watching the program.
They might.
Subscribe to the channel. 6,470 subscribers on the TMA STL channel. Open it up, subscribe, watch it, and we'll talk it over. Maybe Jackson, how do you feel about a QFTA today? You just want to go home and snuggle? That's a no.
TBA.
Martin?
Well,
I'd say just go home. Although,
today would be a good day to knock it out.
I think you also got a lot of people who probably would listen because you're just
we
sitting
can do
around.
it today.
Yeah?
We can do it today. I'll be honest, my dad drove me here today. So
I was going to ask that.
So I'm on a different
What happened to your car?
There were texts coming in asking about it, and I'm like, yeah, something happened where Jackson's dad did drive him into work the last time we had bad weather.
Yeah, and it was like the only reason we got on the air because it was just me in the
But
studio.
I'm just saying, this isn't going to play well.
That's fine.
What happened to your car?
My car's fine. It's just not built for this kind of weather.
What kind of car?
It's got like front wheel drive. Like I didn't want to risk it, and he's up, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll take you." So if he'll be fine. Yes, we can do it today.
But we, for real, don't have to.
No,
not a
it's
big deal.
a good day to do it.
All right, fair enough. Sharon is in Imperial in a mobile home acting like she's in Sanibel. That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler. Is that true? She's in Imperial? What down by?
I don't think so.
Is that the Blue Owl? Is that what it is?
I've eaten at the Blue Owl. Blue Owl is very good.
And that's where
in
she is?
Kinswick.
That's Kimswick, yeah.
Yeah.
I think down in that Farmington area, they got about a foot, Doug.
Yeah, they seem to get a little bit more if you go a little bit south of here.
Tim, the reason the roads are great in Huntley is because Huntley has flame-throwing trucks that instantly melt snow and ice. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Wouldn't you think that could be a thing, though, for trucks to throw down extreme heat to melt the ice real quick? I guess as soon as they left, if it got cold enough, it would just freeze again, though.
You talking about flamethrower trucks?
Well, something.
Like
maybe
Mad
not real
Max?
flames, but some. You know, this is not the way they're going to be scraping roads 50 years from now.
Probably
You just
not.
have to wonder how they're going to do it.
So we get a nonsensical text, and then we workshop it into possibly being a solution.
some
No
sort of
bad
innovation.
ideas. No bad ideas in a brainstorm.
All hell's breaking loose, Jackson, after that
Why?
revelation.
I don't care.
All right.
I was
here
gonna-
we go.
I had to get here. What do you
Oh
want me
my
to do?
God, baby, you want nipple? Did your dad change your diaper before and after picking you up? That's from Steven time. Get a four-wheel drive, you woke loser bitch. That's
Nice.
from Marsha's burner. Front-wheel drive was designed for snow. That's from the Jerkwood from Kirkwood. So Papers drives a scooter to work. That's
Yeah.
from the Worsowoods Wacko.
No, yeah, it's one of those bikes with the really big wheel in front and this tiny wheel in the back.
Oh, I like those.
And I ride with my little top hat. And that's
like
how I
what
get
they
to
would
work.
have
So
ridden
clear-
to the 1904 World's
yeah,
Fair.
so clearly I wasn't ready to drive in. I don't care.
I was going to offer you a ride, but I was afraid it would be
That's very nice of you.
too early. I wasn't going to pick you up at 4
No,
or 5.
I know. That's the thing is I get here early. My dad's up early. I don't care what people think. I got here. It's like, oh, you have a dad who cares about you and loves you and wants you to make sure you're safe. Loser.
Oh.
Like, what? What kind of sense does that make?
But and also your car is parked outside, correct? So it's,
Yes.
you got to dig it out. That's the other piece.
Oh, you,
Yeah, I park outside, but I dug it out yesterday.
Do you have a nanny or a wet nurse who can take you home?
Yeah, that's right. No, oh, that's funny.
So now Jeff Burkett just said to the missus, oh, for God's sakes, they're doing one of those stupid QFTAs, so I can't get him till
No, he actually just texted me, do it.
why didn't he come in and do QFTA with us?
Probably would.
Would he mind the story about the guy in my executive chair?
Yeah, he would.
He would mind it.
Yeah, yes. He's still somewhat educational facing, so I think
educational
he'll
face.
come on and talk about Landman. That's about the furthest.
Oh, I got
extent.
started watching that this week.
How did it treat you?
I binge watched it all day Saturday.
God bless
Really?
America. How did it treat you?
I really like it.
Yeah, see?
Yeah. I feel bad for that Billy Bob Thornton. Gosh, he's been put through a lot. Been beaten and had a nail driven into his leg and
Yeah.
punched.
Have you gotten to the point where Sam Elliott is old and horny?
I got to the point where he's old, where he's looking at the sunsets. I haven't gotten to the horny part yet.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's coming.
Okay.
That gets unlocked once he moves in.
Good on Jeff Burkett.
Yeah.
Never forget the disgust on Jeff's face at the Dotem last year when a guy in the winning foursome was wearing jeans. To Alan Dadeville. I'd like to make him Listener of the Year for that. I didn't even know that was the case.
Yeah, that's what I was not there. I had to hustle to a rehearsal dinner, but he told me, someone texted me, because I think it was Alan Dadeville texted me. It was like, you should have seen the look on your dad's face.
When the winner was wearing jeans.
Isn't it amazing how much that bugs us that a guy's wearing jeans when we go, why do you care what the guy's wearing? And it's like the worst fashion faux pas ever. Yeah. But why do we care so much?
Well, I guess it's just tough when that person wins, you know?
What about jean shorts?
Even worse.
I don't know.
I remember when it was a big deal when you could start wearing jeans to school.
Yeah.
And now the entire school is in jeans. Or probably
less.
nothing else. Yeah.
Jackson can't do QFTA at that time today, Tim, because that's right when he gets burped after his whittle waddle.
This is a good bit that I'm a baby. I'm a child. I like that. That's funny.
Jackson, I thought your Mini Cooper did great in the snow. That's from Mahomes' long body.
Yeah, you got to put it on snow mode. I've just gotten stuck in my car before in weather like this, and I didn't want to risk that.
It's not worth it. Then it's 5:30
because I got it. Like, I have to be here. Like, that's not like if I didn't show up, it would be like, oh man, just to stay home. I literally have to be here. So
Tim, you and I could miss the show, but Jackson cannot.
No, you guys can do it from home.
Talk about essential, Doug. This guy.
You can do it from home, but if I didn't show up, who would be switching these knobs?
Clip that
Great point.
Huh. I wonder what the Uber business is doing on a day like this. A lot of people not wanting to get their car out, but still have to be somewhere.
Probably a good time.
Yeah.
Ted Gann says The Irishman was an awful movie. Has that been tended to on Movie Boy?
It's a take I personally disagree with.
Okay.
I think it's a classic.
But has it been tended to on Movie Boy?
I did a rank. I maybe did a Mount Rushmore of Scorsese movies at one point, just impromptu, and I think I put Irishman in there. I really love it.
On the Mount Rushmore?
I really love it. I really think it's that good.
What do you think's on? So Goodfellas is definitely on there.
For sure.
I would think, I think, if I'm not mistaken, you're not high on The Departed.
I like The Departed a lot. I think I might have put it in there.
I thought you didn't.
No, I love The Departed.
You had a bad take. I thought you had
No.
I thought you had a strong take for
It's
not
like a weird Jack Nicholson performance, but it's still good.
Okay, so then The Departed's on there, The Irishman's on there, Goodfellas, and then who do you think's four? This is not going to be easy now if those three are on there.
To me, it's like the quintessential 70s movie.
Raging Bull.
No, I think that's 80.
Taxi Driver.
There it is. Taxi Driver.
There it is.
There it is.
Taxi
Doug
Driver.
Sybil Shepherd.
Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
And
You looking at me?
Scorsese,
You talking to me? No one else here. You must be talking to me.
has Scorsese not won an Oscar? Is that
No, he did. He won Best Director and Best Picture for Departed.
Departed? Mm-hmm. I was thinking it was famous that he maybe.
It was weird that he won. Like,
Up
it had
until
been so
then.
long that he didn't win. They gave it to him for Departed. He should have won for Goodfellas, but they gave it Dances with Wolves. Oof. Correct.
Did Jackson's mommy pack his lunch too? That's from Hunchback of Vaughan Castle.
No, if it makes you feel any better, I didn't even pack a lunch.
How about that? How about that?
I'll go hungry.
But had your mom packed the lunch and your dad said, "Hey, Mom, wouldn't that be awesome?"
Be world class. With
And
like,
you take-
with like a little Debbie in there or something.
Yeah.
Maybe some
Bologna
pretzels.
sandwich.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah, Swiss roll.
And mock away.
Yeah.
I'm going to open my little brown bag in the break.
It'd be awesome.
Jackson, I listened to Movie Boy for the first time over the weekend. I really enjoyed the episode on Landman, mostly because Tim was on it, but also I liked hearing your dad's story. That's from Doug's shower squeegee.
I'll take a compliment wherever I can get it. So thank you, man.
Your dad had a story on Landman?
Yeah, so he kind of grew up. His family worked in the oil fields, and he worked in oil supplies.
money.
Worked in, did not own. So he had some great stories. And the town he grew up in, oil money, and oil was a big part of it. So he had some good stories.
Huh. In Texas, he grew up?
No, his mother, my grandmother, did grow up in Texas, and then they moved to Clay City, Illinois, because there were more oil there, too.
Really? All right. It looks like a kind of a rough business to be in, if this is any indication of what it's really like.
No,
that show.
that's pretty accurate. It's extremely dangerous.
Yeah, I would think.
You want to go into the oil industry today or not?
Well, only as the owner. I don't want to be a roughneck. I couldn't handle that. A little much. I don't want to live in one of those little huts with 4 other men.
Sounds like the Aviana one.
I don't want to have the tar beaten out of me every other episode.
Let's see. Is Jackson going to give his dad a nice foot rub for taking him to work today? That's from the 618.
Nope.
Combining both the Mother's Day
Yeah.
foot massage and the fact that Jackson's father took him to work today.
No. It seems like people have an issue with me having a positive relationship with my parents.
Probably what it is.
I don't know what that's about.
Maybe they ought to look internal.
Yeah,
You can send your insults in at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And down the stretch they come. 5 more Design Air Heating and Cooling emails of the day in the month of January, and we have a 3-way tie. Are you horse plowing me? Good chance that you're quote unquote working from home today, so take advantage of it. You've got a couple of hours to create an email that could lead to you winning a $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. And my goodness, if you run into an issue with your heating system, it is -5 degrees right now. That is literally the temperature in St. Louis. And Doug, we've got a high today of 16. So if you run into an issue, go to designairservice.com, and Design Air Heating and Cooling will take real good care of you, just like they have taken care of me, Martin, and Doug for years. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, longest-running sponsor on TMA. The 7 o'clock hour, presented to you by Healthcare Evolution, online at healthcare-evolution.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett here on the ones and twos. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. The Rams. The Broncos.
I felt bad for the Broncos.
Which part?
They'd have won that game if Bo Nix was quarterback.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. John Vaughn's a big fan. How's he doing?
Yeah, he's not doing well.
Yeah.
Especially when they had a chance there at the end. The field goal got tipped. Even the field goal might have gone in.
Yeah.
The weather in that game changed so dramatically.
Yeah, that's Denver in a nutshell
Oh, my
right there.
Boy, is it ever.
Beautiful, scenic, calm, and then boom, blizzard.
Stidham looked okay early. He threw a bomb that was right on the money, then a touchdown pass. I thought, well, maybe he's going to be all right. And then he was just dreadful the rest of the game.
I'll tell you. So, a couple of things on that in the chat, for lack of a better term. Doug, do you call it a chat or an Ask Me Anything? Is an Ask Me Anything a Reddit thing, Jackson?
I don't know.
No, Ask Me Anything is anything on the internet where you're just kind of holding court for a little bit.
Okay.
Sounds like a rom-com.
I like that.
Maybe
Hold
Jennifer
on. Ask
Aniston.
me anything. So I got up on Saturday morning, knew we weren't going to be doing much over the weekend. I said, hey, I'll talk it over here. Let's talk it over. So we wound up talking over with the listeners, and a gentleman said, is the biggest lock of the year the under on the Broncos and Patriots? And I said, I would think, I know I took the under on the Broncos Patriots on the FanDuel spread zone, but I loved the over on the Rams and Bears the week before and was shocked to see that go under. So the last thing I want to do is tell somebody it's a lock when I don't necessarily have a wonderful track record on my NFL playoff overs and unders. But as it turned out, it was easily under. I think the number was 43.5.
Yeah, 42 or 43.
And so that was sweat free. But in addition, and I don't know how many people follow this stuff closely, it's not difficult to do. It's simply a weather forecast. But from back when I used to play daily fantasy sports, there's this weather guy who monitors weather for all sporting events, tweets out when there's a significant development, because sometimes it can be a big positive in baseball for scoring, especially wins, but also heat. And he said, weird spot in Denver. It's going to look great when they start the game, but in the second half, it could look like a blizzard. And so there may be a real edge on the under. And so I regret not firing on that, because if you tuned into the game, you're probably like, oh, conditions look great. And then by the second half, there's that, in addition to the fact that you have two low-scoring teams as it is, then you have that weather. And so even a first down's at a premium, much less a touchdown. But I think on that Stidham early on, I think it was a case of the Patriots going, oh, my God, this is like, they're just going to run. And they took advantage of it as Gonzalez was out of position on that Mims catch. And then after that, he really didn't do much through the air at all. But at the same time, neither did Drake May.
Yeah, he
just
nothing.
did enough.
Drake May was held to 86 yards of passing, was sacked 5 times, still won the game.
Yeah.
Quarterback rating of 58. And Denver receivers couldn't catch either. I mean, that hurt. He hit 3 or 4 passes right on the money, and the receivers dropped the ball.
Maybe Sean Payton didn't have that Twitter app where he didn't know that the snow was coming. A lot of people critique that decision. Second quarter, you're up 7-0. Now, it is 4th and 1, but you have a quarterback who hasn't played much the last couple of years. He did say they went for it on 4th and 1.
I think Jackson has that audio, as a matter of fact.
He actually was
You do
asked
not.
about
I
it.
apologize if you don't.
Payton said, I just felt like, man, we had momentum to get up by 14 points. Felt like we had a good call there. I think the feeling was, man, he says man a lot. Let's be aggressive, get up by 14. I was just watching the way our defense was playing. Instead, they threw the ball, and he said he had changed the call from a run to a pass. I think the critique that's more than fair, you're not just going for it on 4th and 1. You're asking a guy who hasn't been playing. It's not Bo Nix. And I think in that game, knowing the snow's coming, God, 10-0 is a huge lead in a game where there might be a blizzard.
Yes, indeed. I think it's of note that getting into also what took place last night in Seattle, what you're talking about in Denver, and then going back to Soldier Field the week before, that one of the themes is teams not taking field goal opportunities and going into this mode that has become the standard, which is going for it on 4th down.
And I know that.
And it burning them.
Dan Campbell with the Lions, he is consistent. They do it all the time. It totally screwed him against the 49ers a couple of years ago in the playoffs. And I get you, if that's all you do, you go for it every time. It's hard to go away from it. But in that game with the Niners, you go back, they probably could have won that game if he wasn't so stubborn about that belief. Ben Johnson made that mistake. I thought the Rams last night, they're down by 4, right? 31-27. But there's 5 minutes to go. Granted, it's Matthew Stafford. But if you kick the field goal there, you're within 1 with 5 minutes to go, and then you only need a field goal to win the game. Instead, you left yourself where you had to get a touchdown, and I thought that was a mistake.
Yeah, and then their defense just couldn't get a stop after they failed on 4th down. They still would have got the ball back with some time to do something with, but could not get the stop until it was too late.
And McVay might have said that, if he's being honest, hey, I didn't trust our defense to stop him, so I felt I had to get a touchdown. And sometimes that is part of the equation where a coach knows the defense is shot or can't stop anybody, so you got to get 7 instead of 3. But it does seem to keep happening. And the league is such a copycat league that I think when Dan Campbell made it a little more in vogue, more teams started looking at it. And I guess the analytics tell you that Sean Payton there, somebody tweeted out it was a 1% difference in terms of whether you kick the field goal or go for it. But that analytics review probably doesn't take into account who the quarterback is, a guy who hasn't played in 2 years.
I think it's one thing to go for it on 4th down if you're right at the fringe of field goal range. You're at the 45, the 50, what the heck. But when you got a pretty much guaranteed 3 points, you probably ought to take it. Maybe what we're seeing now will change the thinking of coaches down the road.
Did anyone get upset that cuck Sean Payton lost after trying to be the smartest guy on the field instead of taking the points with a blizzard coming? What an absolute clown. That's from Flip Wilson.
No. I think they just get worked up in the game. They want to be positive about their team. They want to show let's win it on our own type of thing. We'll jam it down their throats. We'll do this.
I think it's tempting when you're that close. And I get that idea. Hey, we're up 14-0. We got them on the ropes. But in a game where the weather's going to shift and you got a shaky quarterback, being up 10-zip, I think it's the obvious call based on your quarterback situation.
The play that iced it for the Patriots, Drake May, 3rd down, and he busts off the run. Mike Vrabel and May talking about that decision and play in the postgame.
Love to hear it. Go ahead, hit the lever, please.
Yeah,
Dale.
we were in big personnel running. You're running the same deal to the right, little stretch play, and at some point, they get lackadaisical and got a chance to get around the edge. And I thought he was going to track me and hawk me down, but got enough to pick up the first. And Coach Braves would probably get mad about running out of bounds, but at that point, it doesn't matter when you get the first down. So that was a cool moment and cool to separate those guys. It's always cool finishing in victory formation. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, and that's a great thing about Drake and the ability to extend plays, and if it's not there, gain chunks, and he's done that most of the year. And again, we'll have to get a lot of things corrected, and we'll have to play our best football game in 2 weeks if we want to finish champions.
I love that play call because I thought, he's going to throw it. That's pretty good.
They couldn't throw it at all.
Well, but I thought, oh my God, he's rolling out. He's going to throw it, but he runs it. If he doesn't get it, it's just like running it up the middle,
right?
Chewing some clock. But if he at least gives him a chance to get the first down, I think that's the trickiest call when you're a coach or a play caller. When it is that 3rd and 5 or 6, but you just want to run the clock because the other team is desperate to get the ball back. Do you play it safe, play it smart? I think that's when it really is tough on a coach.
I really like that Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, he's
good. How could you not? Did you see
fired by the Titans?
Yeah, that was terrible. That was a continuing stretch of the Titans front office not knowing what they're doing.
There's a lot of bad organizations. You can just tell. You look at Sam Darnold. We don't need him. We don't. The Vikings let him go. Well, looks like he's pretty good. Vrabel told his players after the game, no curfew tonight, but the bus is leaving at 8 in the morning. If you ain't on the bus, you're not playing in the Super Bowl. So go have your fun, but get on the bus.
So that was the curfew, 8.
Basically. Yeah, and then one of the players said, oh, yeah, hell yeah, I guess I ain't playing.
Let's see. I didn't realize Drake May was from such a family of athletes. That's from Mahomes' long body.
Okay. What did his parents do?
I don't know his story.
Oh, there's no way to find it.
But you go from Belichick Brady and just a dominant run, and then they bottom out, and you're like, good. They're going to have to eat it for a while. Mm-hmm. It's only fair these things come around and go around, and yet here they are back. And you can't get rid of the Patriots, Doug.
Drake May's only 23. Half the quarterbacks in college are older than that.
2 of his brothers, Luke and Cole, won national championships playing collegiate sports.
What sports?
Doesn't seem to say.
Well, I thought the Broncos should have let Stidham run a little bit more, too, because it looked like he had pretty good legs.
He was running without an issue.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that,
And he couldn't
especially in the
throw.
conditions.
You drop back, you look around, then you take off running. It seems to work every time, or a lot of the times.
223 people. But people are at home and they're watching the program. Doug, 223
really?
people in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. So I'll make sure we dial in there as well. You open it up. Talk it over. We're all in here and live from the Stiefel Studios on the Morning After. It is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The chat in the YouTube channel is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat, and Healthcare Evolution, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour, and they are online at healthcare-evolution.com. I went out there and found out that my slap tear in my shoulder is no longer there. Glorious, and that's because of the technology that they have. And then Doug and Jackson went out there on Friday. Doug, what was your experience with Logan Taylor and Healthcare Evolution?
Great people, very nice people, very knowledgeable, take good care of you, working on my shoulder, try to loosen that up a little bit as I move it. And I think they got the answer for it. I got a little injection there that they said should help loosen it up. So I'm confident and optimistic that it's going to help.
You guys carpool? You picked Jackson
No,
up?
I drove myself. I don't know how Jackson would have gotten there.
I drove there myself.
Look at you.
Big
Happy for you.
Yeah.
Look at you. You're
Felt
all
great.
grown up and you're all grown up.
Yeah, I am. This little guy is making his drive his own self.
And there was a Lee's Chicken right next to the place.
There was, yeah.
Did you stop there? Show yourself off a little?
I didn't. I did. I should have. I had a great experience. Yeah, working on my scalp, working on some hair loss treatments that we're hoping is going to be maybe the answer.
I just don't think that there's a big issue, but if you have an issue,
Oh yeah, no, it's.
but if you come in here with like big lips in the next few months, I know that you're going through it. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Oh yeah.
If he starts going the brio route with the lips.
Yeah, coming here with the little BBL action. It's all on the table.
You could look like Wayne Newton.
Yeah, it's all on the table. New year, new Jackson. But some really cool stuff they're working on at Healthcare Evolution in terms of hair loss treatment, and more on that to come is what I'd say for
That's
for
right.
you.
It's ultrasound-guided precision placement regenerative treatments right where your body needs them. They have helped a number of TMA listeners already, including 3 of us here on the dais at healthcare-evolution.com. They got listeners back to lifting weights, back to hockey, back to coaching and cheerleading with their daughter with one of our listeners, and golf, tennis, soccer, softball. What do you need to get back to? You can get treatment literally today. Go out there and get looked at healthcare-evolution.com. Healthcare-evolution.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. On our Stiefel dossier, Chris Kerber will be with us talking about the Blues at 8:15 for the 101 ESPN scheduled appearance. And then Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency at 9 o'clock on Missouri's 2 buzzer beaters. That is coming your way as well. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Universal Windows Direct online at universalwindowsdirect.com has a wonderful opportunity for TMA listeners. New year, new you. That's what Jackson was just saying. Well, how about new year, new home upgrade? If you've been thinking about replacing your windows or you've just had enough of those cold drafts sneaking into your house every winter, now is the perfect time to finally take care of it. Universal Windows Direct has a January offer that's all about starting strong and saving big. Right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. That's one of the biggest offers they've ever done. And with 0% interest financing for 60 months, you can spread out your payments over 5 years. Same as cash without a penny of interest. But wait, it gets even better. You'll get $1,000 off your entire project, plus a little something to look forward to, a vacation voucher through Destination Motivation with every purchase. That's right. You'll go from winter chills to a warm getaway on Universal Windows Direct. Buy 4, get 4 free, 60 months interest free, $1,000 off, and a warm vacation to look forward to. So if you're ready to start the new year by finally checking this off your list, call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on Stars. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Search for something. It's TMA 101 ESPN 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Healthcare Evolution. Online at healthcare-evolution.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett all live in the Stiefel studios here on January 26th, 2026. Isn't that fun? January 26th on 2026?
Good.
So if you're filling out the date 1/26/26, that's fun.
Gosh, it sure is. I may do that all day long.
Just write some checks.
Looking for things to date,
You're welcome to call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You are welcome to text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And, of course, you can email in 5 Design Air Heating and Cooling emails of the day left in the month of January for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month winner, who will get a $10,000 HVAC system courtesy of Seth Goldcamp. If you want your business to own the month of February on TMA, email me at tmckernan@InsideSTL.com. Come up with the prize, and you can pull off what would then be the second greatest promotion in TMA history, because nobody's ever going to pass up Seth Goldcamp and this Design Air Heating and Cooling email the month winner, getting a $10,000 HVAC system. But T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Jackson and I'll do QFTA at around, what time, Jackson? You tell me.
Probably 11:30.
11:30 on the TMA YouTube channel.
So Jeff Burkett, you should pick up Jackson about 5 p.m.
5 p.m. is when we'll probably land the plane.
Yeah.
If we do a brief one today, that'll be on the TMA YouTube channel. You can email your questions, comments, hate mail. Certainly doesn't have anything to do with sports. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. Doug, is this a fair question to ask? I think it is. If this were 2019 instead of 2026, the Rams losing yesterday would have been the lead instead of what you made the lead today, which was the AVNs.
I didn't make the Avians. I can
have Jackson play the audio
stumbled into that. Maybe because the pain would have been a little fresher. At this point, I don't care. I've lost my hatred for the Rams.
And that's because of the Battlehawks
It's just
success?
it just kind of timed out. I had it for a while. Now I've moved on. I don't mind the Rams anymore.
I did see a lot of online activity where people were excited to see the Rams lose, but I've been indifferent for a while. I wanted to see a good game. It was wildly entertaining. When those two teams play, Rams, Seahawks, it's great games. Loud stadium. It was fun.
Kind of feels like the Seahawks have been the best team in the league for a while now.
It's kind of underrated. I feel like they're Indiana. I keep saying, I don't know. I can't buy them. I just can't. And all of they just keep winning and keep winning. And I would think, I haven't looked at the number, Tim, but are they favored at this point?
Substantial favorites, Martin. And you knew that was coming. I think it opened up at 6.5, but I think it settled at 4.5. So some action came in out of the gate on the Patriots for the Super Bowl. But Sean McVay had an opportunity late in the game, about 4 minutes left, to kick a field goal that would have made it a 1-point game. Instead, they choose to go for it, and just nothing open. Matthew Stafford throws into the end zone, and if anything, the Seattle DB was more irritated that offensive pass interference wasn't called, because it was a clear opportunity for an interception with the Rams receiver on top of him. But the pass is batted down. The Rams do get the ball back, but with only about 20 seconds left deep in their own territory. Puka Nacua not able to stay in bounds. That would have allowed about a 50-yard Hail Mary. And the Seahawks advance to the Super Bowl. Doug, we've got a rematch in Santa Clara.
The Rams only needed about a yard and a half on that fourth down, didn't they? It wasn't much.
Right. It was a short fourth down. They threw to the end zone. And somebody texted.
I thought it was 4th and 4. Am I wrong on that?
Was it 4?
I thought it was 4th and 4. I apologize. I'm doing
right.
that from memory.
I'm thinking 4th and short, but maybe it was 4. I still would have taken the field goal. A texter earlier said, yeah, but they needed the ball back as well. Well, there was 5 minutes to go. I think at that point, if you do get it late, I only want to have to get a field goal instead of trying to get a touchdown. Now, if the crazy thing at the end there, and in the moment, I thought that Puka Nacua was out of bounds and everybody ran on the field.
Yeah.
If they had, that would have been just absolute chaos because they're celebrating, they're running all over the field. Kevin Burkhardt had already called it. Seattle's going to the Super Bowl. Can you imagine if they reviewed it and said, please put 1 second back? Like everybody had to clear. It would have taken a half hour to reset.
Seahawks are -4.5 for the record. -230 on the money line. If you think the Patriots can win straight up, bet 100, you're going to win 190. So there it is. Total for the game, 46.5. Sean McVay was not happy after the game. Doug, he was asked about Matt Stafford, and it didn't play well.
Oh, no.
Is this kind of a grandma papers?
Matthew Stafford to be back next season.
Yeah, if he still wants to play, what the hell kind of question is that? The answer, yeah. You have to ask him. We've been totally present. I know that if he wants to, he's still playing at a pretty damn good clip. He's the MVP of the league, and if he's not, I got respect for everybody else, but this guy played at a level that's just different. I appreciate you guys this year. Thank you.
That's the end of that
point.
I wonder what number question was it? Because that shut the whole thing down. It did. I would say at his age, it's a reasonable question, but he just had a phenomenal. It wasn't like Aaron Rodgers where you're kind of limping to the finish line. He was just unbelievable. I would assume he'd be coming back. I would assume.
What the hell kind of question is that?
Oh, thank you, Coach. And I think he's largely pleasant. But in that moment, you just lost. The season's over.
A lot of texts coming in comparing the Rams to an ex-girlfriend that they're over. I couldn't care less now if the Rams win or lose. I have a new team in the Bears. It's like finally being over an ex. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Lil Ozark says, the Rams are the ex that cheated on you, but you can't help but find them hot still, even though you are still mad. That's from Lil Ozark. So Lil Ozark finds them to be hot and is still mad, but did acknowledge that he got cucked.
But it's the ex-girlfriend. But now she moved to California, and she kind of lost weight, got in shape, and she's looking better than she did when she was playing at the Dome.
Right. Married a multimillionaire.
Yeah.
Got a big ring.
And you want to say, how come you didn't do that when you were here? How come you joined the health club out there?
Now, why did you trash me on the way out?
Yeah.
A boob job.
Oh, and got a breast enhancement, too?
Got that.
According to Marsh.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was always the analogy sports guys kept going to when they were interested in going to L.A. Well, what are you going to do? That's the pretty girl out there. It was the sports guy would always revert back to a female dating situation.
It was kind of the same when the Cardinals left. Hated them for a while. But then when they got in the Super Bowl with Kurt Warner, I was pulling hard for them.
Oh, absolutely. But that was more about Warner than the Cardinals, for me anyway. I still like seeing him lose. Less money for Kroenke. That's from Dino Bravo. For the record, he has a $22 billion net worth.
So you think the financial hit last night didn't really upset him?
No.
I think at this point it's all vanity and legacy. And while hated here, he owns the third most valuable franchise in all the world and the building, and he gets to keep all the revenue when they host concerts at SoFi Stadium that last year included Doug, you call her Queen Bee, I call her Beyonce, and Taylor Swift.
He keeps all of the revenue?
He gets the top line. I mean,
what about the artist?
I'm sure they're paying the artist, but I'm saying he's got that. He's got a nice situation out there.
And he got the Olympics coming, too.
The franchise was the 28th most valuable in 2015 before moving, and then it became 28th most valuable in the NFL.
Yeah. Stupid move on his part.
Valuable. Right.
And the guy they hired here, Les Snead, has been really good. And they find these players like Puka Nacua and
Sixth rounder.
Cooper Kupp before that. I mean, they've done a really good job drafting, finding players. They'll add veterans. Even the Stafford, Jared Goff trade has been huge for the Lions as well. But Les Snead, when he was here, it felt like at first, well, Fisher kind of handpicked him and whatnot. But they even nailed it with Gurley, and Aaron Donald was a good pick. So I think
my God, great pick.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This Les Snead has been pretty good for a long time.
Looking back, Kroenke was correct about downtown St. Louis. Doug, that's Kevin at the lake.
Yeah, that's what really hurts. That letter that he wrote, it's hard to find inaccuracies in it, really. Didn't feel very good when he wrote it, but It's largely true.
What makes you say that?
Well, because it's true. Yeah, we are a shrinking city, losing businesses, losing
I'm
people.
not necessarily a big St. Louis fan, like
Okay,
Cardinal
Charlie.
fan.
All right.
But he's excited about that Brewers series.
Yeah.
What are you going to do,
But
Doug?
we're over it. We're over it. I'm over
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers
I
season.
am
Thanks,
too.
Chuck.
Can't wait
Thanks,
till they
Chuck.
play the Brewers.
Great basketball weekend, Papers. Think about it. The Billikens were up
Standing.
Billikens were up by 35
Worked them.
at halftime. Up
Nobody
by-
beats the Bonnies, though.
Did you see that?
The Bonnies, the Bonnies. Nobody beats the Bonnies.
Well, if you have the clip that SLU put out in the pregame, it's Coach Schertz talking to the team. He said, "You know what their event staff's been planning today? Court storming. They're planning to." Like he told the team that St. Bonaventure was preemptively talking about what it would be like to prevent, whether he made it up or not. It was a great motivational
That's
tool.
outstanding. I have to tell you, I was not aware of that little fun fact for no and tell. Is that right?
If you're a Billikens fan, check out their Twitter account because they've been putting out videos after the fact. And it also includes a lot of like low angle, Doug, we call it low angle footage.
Sure we do.
That they've shot and they match it to all of Rammer's calls.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of fun to relive a victory, but they also include clips of Coach Schertz in the locker room. And before the game, he said the event staff here has been talking to folks about what they're going to do when they storm the court. That's a nice little, I don't know if he made
like
that up or not.
I thought, I bet SLU, I mean, it wasn't like a big bet, but I bet SLU on Friday afternoon, 4:30 tip.
Because
random.
8.5 was the number?
I think I laying 8.5 or 9.5. And my reasoning, I wasn't aware of that, Martin. My reasoning was that debacle at the end of the Duquesne game. They were gonna utilize that to come out on fire. With that said, I never expected that. 13 of 18 from 3 at the half. 13 of 18 from 3 at the half.
58% for the game.
Mother of God. And that was with the but it was like it's 70% in the second half at one point. So, I mean, that's
NBA teams don't shoot that well.
Ishan Sharma with 29 points in the win. They are certainly getting their attention now nationally, and this is a huge week and a huge opportunity with George Washington in town on tomorrow evening. And then Dayton, what's being called TMA night at Chaffetz. I mean, we're not calling it that, but just the public is. And we'll all be there, right? We're all going. Is that the deal?
That's the plan.
All right. God bless America.
That'll be fun.
I'm looking forward to it. 6 o'clock tip on Friday night, and it is going to be a pony at that Lorenzini's, Martin. Bottle service season. Bottle service at Lorenzini's.
And you're wearing a tuxedo and a derby?
Purple derby.
Doug, you've got a cane?
Yeah.
You're going to walk out on
Big
the
Daddy
court?
Kane, smooth operator. So the
19-1.
19-1 and 19 in the NCAA net rankings. Or is it 18-1? Hell, I don't
They're
know.
19-1 because it's 13 in a row.
There you go. So if you are interested in seeing them take on, I mean, like I said, I think people now are getting into it in part because the Blues situation and the lack of enthusiasm regarding the Cardinal offseason. So this is an opportunity here locally. And even if you're going, I'm not really a big college basketball fan, I'm not really a big Billiken fan, I'm just telling you, this is a different kind of deal. This is an exciting style of basketball. 6 players averaging in double digits for the Billikens. So go check out SLUBillikens.com. Number 24 right now. I would imagine that'll be closer to number 20 when the polls come out later this morning. Tickets tomorrow available, SLUBillikens.com. And they continue to put it on teams. And the Bonnies were on the receiving end of it on Friday afternoon/evening. In upstate New York. SLUBillikens.com. Check it out for the Billikens and George Washington tomorrow. And I would imagine there aren't going to be many tickets available for the Dayton game, but we'll see.
I would think that's close to sold out right now.
It's going to be
Because
fun.
of your appearance?
I don't know, because I have been to 4 or 5 games already, and I don't know how much my appearance impacts attendance. I know it has to be at like 80% improvement.
I would think, yeah.
But I don't know if it'll impact it to the point of a sellout. I think the team's pretty good, too. Not as good as me, but
Yeah.
good.
Papers, how did you view the Mizzou win? Was thrilling because you have a buzzer-beating 3 to force overtime, and then you have a 3 to win it at the buzzer. Pretty cool. But because it's Oklahoma, like you had to beat Oklahoma. They're 1-6 in the
It was
SEC.
an undeserved win, but a win nonetheless.
Like you
They
had
did not
to have
play
it.
well, had to have it, didn't play well at all.
I was thinking of you because it's thrilling when your team hits a
Sure.
buzzer beater to
Two
win.
buzzer beaters.
Especially on the heels of a really poorly managed late game situation
Yeah.
against Georgia to do the way they did it. Granted, Mark Mitchell is not the guy I would ever want taking a 3 to end the game, but if you're going to step up with confidence and knock it down, good on you. He's your best player. And now, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but you have a chance now at Alabama tomorrow. If you get that win, you will have a very successful month of January. Despite not looking great at points, you'll have 5 wins in the month of January, 3 of them coming from premier opponents, 1 of them on the road. 2 of them will be on the road if they beat Bama. Yeah, you'd be in great shape if you beat Alabama tomorrow night.
I was thinking of you, like the thrill of victory. Again, Mitchell shooting it even more shocking. But then you come down a little bit and say, wait a minute, God, we shouldn't be dorking around with Oklahoma if we're a tournament team.
Probably not, but hey, listen, it's hard to win. It's just hard to win. Sometimes,
I'm not mad. I'm just
No, I know. Trust me. Like, I'm not saying like.
Why is he mad at me, Tim?
Cool
I just-
down.
No, I'm
Gosh.
saying like,
Defensive.
I'm not giving you a ride.
it's good to win no matter what. You know, it doesn't matter if you're playing an SEC opponent. It's good to win. But they didn't deserve that win on Saturday. But they'll take it. Pretty and fun in route to it. You know.
And Doug likes that Waxler for the Illini.
Yeah.
46. They won at Purdue.
9 for 11 from 3 is gross. Like that's unbelievable. And it wasn't like he was just catching and shooting. It was step backs. It was one-on-one moves.
Well, you're doing that at Mackey against a true national title contender. Like, listen, Mitchell and the buzzer beater, thrilling. It's Oklahoma. Former Billiken assistant Porter Mosier probably on alert
Should have fouled.
as it is, but then that compounds his situation. I would have to imagine got a brand new athletic director, native St. Louis, and guy I know by the name of Roger Denny. Doug, he used to be at Illinois.
Really?
And he's the new AD replacing Joe Castiglione. Who
What happened to Joe?
He's
Retired?
retired. And St. Louis University's, performance and charm. But locally, I mean, what took place with Keaton Wagler and Illinois, but his performance specifically is, considering the opponent, considering where it took place, and considering the fact that he is a true freshman, and even 26 points there would have been a story. 46 points, true freshman. I mean, that's an operation there. I'm telling you. I think it's February 27th that Illinois hosts Michigan. In Michigan, even though Arizona's number 1, is the odds-on favorite to win the national championship. I'm telling you, Illinois at plus 1,900 to win the national championship, that is a hell of a value. This team is so damn good. And to win in that building, and on top of it, Purdue was coming off of a really tough road loss, buzzer beater at UCLA. So kind of my same rationale for Duquesne, motivating the Billikens against St. Bonaventure. I thought, man, Illinois might be up against it today because of the way Purdue lost the other night against Jackson's guy, McKernan. Purdue was a 5.5-point favorite.
He was mad that they beat Purdue? Is that what
Yeah, he was
happened,
mad
Nick?
at the Big Ten, I believe, but he's always mad. And instead, Illinois, because of that performance, that was all world. 46 points in college basketball.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's
how
fill it
often
up.
You only play 40 minutes.
do you see that?
He played 39 of them.
Yeah.
Here's Brad Underwood on what he saw from his true freshman.
If you guys didn't get a good read on Keaton Wagler right there, then you missed it, because that's him. He just plays. He just hoops. There's nothing that phases him. He doesn't. He just wants to make the right basketball play. And tonight it happened to be scoring it, and that's his. It's just his personality. He's so stoic. He's very non-emotional. He's excited, yes, and his teammates were thrilled. But that's the beauty of Keaton. And the more impressive thing is he takes the emotion out of it in a venue with 15,000 people all against him, and he just plays. He just took what the game gave him.
And for the record, I was watching the interview with Wagler after the game, at the, Doug, what do you call it, a dais when they're sitting up there answering questions?
Just a table.
His previous career high in any basketball game from high school through college was 32 points against Quincy High School. Or Quincy Notre Dame.
Quincy's
I don't know, but he said Quincy.
Yeah.
I thought that was against Chaminade.
It was against Chaminade?
It was against Chaminade in Quincy? In Quincy.
32 points. So he goes to Purdue, number 4 team in the country, in their building, and scores 46.
It's crazy. Shooting 9 for 11 from 3 is unheard of. That is crazy. If you're that good a shooter and only shooting to knock down 9 of them, and again, like he's taking guys one-on-one, step back from 28 feet, cash. Like he's next level good.
And he had a late bucket going into the lane where the game was tight, and he drove and hit a floating shot. He was recruited out of high school by Tyler Underwood. It's Brad's son who's on the staff. Also offered, who else was in on this kid? Murray State, Southern Illinois, Colorado State.
My goodness.
Minnesota. Where are and he's from Shawnee Hills or Shawnee Mission, Kansas. So I'm thinking the Rock Chalk could have had him. Mizzou could have been on. There was some
SLU was in on him.
that it's not listed on his 24/7 recruiting profile, but I'd always read or heard that SLU.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. We next time we talk to Shirts, we should ask him about Wagler.
Another tip of the cap to Coach Shirts for identifying the talent. That's part of the gig. Now then you got to get him in.
I'm going to text him. You guys in on? You know what? He probably wants a text from me this time.
Maybe they can get him in the transfer portal.
He'll be playing in the NBA next season.
He's a one and done, you think?
100%. You score 46 at Mackey.
Don't get mad at me.
Shooting 9 for 11 from 3. I'm telling you, there's NBA GMs right now salivating over the idea of drafting
some of the best sound was this reaction. Jackson, who was
Jake Davis, wing for Illinois, a good ball player. Here's what he had to say about Keaton Wagler's performance.
Point where you're like, bro, Keaton's feeling it. When he got to 24 in the first half, I was like, this motherfucker shooting, he's making everything. We got to keep getting the ball, and we did.
Now, why would you talk like that in an interview?
So that McAfee will use it?
That's the guy with the shoulder-length, curly blonde hair.
He's like Wayne Grove.
He's got to know better than to talk like that.
I had to get it on, man. I had to get it on.
How will you explain that to your kids tonight?
Well, how would you explain it to your coach? Yeah, during an interview, I started dropping MFs and everything else.
You should. He was the least problematic, I would say, compared to David Mirkovic. I have his sound.
Take a listen.
Of David Mirkovic, who did play despite being a little bit injured against Purdue. But here's what he said if he didn't play.
I mean, probably, I'm not saying, but probably my team wouldn't be able to win without me. And just that thought and I'm not playing, even Northwestern game or this game, and me not playing and we lose in some situation, but we probably wouldn't against Northwestern. But if we lost today and I wasn't playing, I would kill myself probably.
What?
Just I had that thought, and that's it.
That's a weird soundbite.
English not his first language.
Right.
Not sure he meant it that way, but very, very. That was funny to me.
I would kill myself if
I wasn't playing and we lost. I would probably kill myself.
I do think the language barrier was a little bit. 100%. I think he was saying this meant so much to me. It would take a ton to keep me out of this game.
I don't think that he was. But he also talks a lot of crap during the game, which I love.
Getting texts from some Billiken fans saying there are slim pickings for tickets on Friday, Martin. I don't know if you're communicating with Coach Shirts, but slim pickings for tickets. Get yours at SLUBillikens.com if you want to make sure. And by the way, the game is at 7.
I thought it was at 6. I really did. I heard you say that, and then a texter said it's 7.
Well, then I went and looked. The VCU game is at 6. At least it's currently scheduled at 6. I know they moved the Missouri-Alabama game up an hour.
Yeah, it's
what was
7.
that about?
I don't know. I have no idea. Extremely happy about it.
I like the 7 on Friday. I'm glad that's a 7.
Pal, you got the kids' reaction from BYU on Keaton?
Yeah.
How about that? That's the recovering alcoholic.
This is AJ DeBonsa. He also went off. Yeah, he went crazy, and then Fleming for Houston. It was a
freshman fest.
Historic day where a bunch of freshmen scoring 40 points, and this is AJ DeBonsa is the best player in this class, I would say, him or Boozer. So here's what he had to say about Keaton Wagler.
You were part of a day that is actually pretty historic here. Keaton Wagler at Illinois, 46 at Purdue, and then Kingston Fleming's at Purdue. Kingston Fleming's dropped 42 at Texas Tech. It might be the first time ever that 3 freshmen have dropped 40-plus on the same day. Did you know about either of those before this game was played?
Yeah, we're actually watching Tech versus Houston, so I seen Kingston live when he hit that 42 mark. And I was like, yeah, these freshmen going crazy. Like, I feel like we have a crazy class. I think we have one of the best classes in recent years.
What does it feel like to be a part of that freshman class?
I mean, it feels good. I've been playing against these guys since I was 15, starting at EYBL and different camps, Nike academies and Curry camps and stuff like that. So I've done seeing these guys grow, and it's just amazing to be a part of it.
Kind of cool how they all know each other.
He said at Purdue, he was shocked.
Yeah, that was a good.
Guys, Shirts was on KMOX yesterday. I was actually listening to that interview with Tommy Akak, who's having the greatest week of his life after Indiana's win. Shirts was on KMOX yesterday and said he thought Wagler was coming to SLU before he committed to Illinois. Can you imagine how much he would have carved up the A-10 in Shirts' offense? It's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
Yeah, he would do great in that offense.
Confirmed. He said, we were one of the first schools to do so. He was an unranked kid. I saw him in some AAU circuit. Had no clue, obviously, he'd be this good.
Wow. How about that?
So good on SLU for recognizing the talent and trying to get him. Can you imagine if he had ended up with this squad?
Oh, my goodness.
46 points is good, but do you know who holds the all-time record for points in a game?
In college?
I just looked it up, yeah.
Pete Maravich.
You should know it. It only happened, 13, 14 years ago.
13 or 14.
It's the obvious guy.
Is it Buddy Hield?
No.
I like him to the
13. Well, that'd be later.
Yeah, that's why it's not Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield put up some big numbers in Oklahoma.
But what percentage of the listening audience do you think it would have defaulted when Doug said it's the
non-ball knowers, probably.
Non-ball knowers. When I say it, you go, oh, of course.
2013. Oh, Jimmer Fredette?
No. Jack Taylor.
Oh, that kid from Grinnell who scored like 112 or something?
138.
That was
Buddy Hield was more obvious than Jack Taylor.
That was like D3. That was like...
Doug threw a bluff right there.
I totally was racking my brain for a big name.
He always folds when he's in the big blind. Oh, and then he played back, and then he shows you 7-deuce offsuit. That's what Doug Vaughn will do to you.
Kid from Grinnell.
He put up 138 against Faith Baptist Bible College.
Right. Yeah.
Well, this is kind of breaking news out of Indianapolis. Hey, Tim, update on our Colts. I'm hearing they've been tabbed as an NFC alternate, so if the Sea Pigeons or whatever can't go, they're in. Fingers crossed. See you in whatever city is hosting this year's big game, Smooches. That's from Brian Henshin.
Okay.
So they are the alternate to the Seahawks.
Doesn't feel like he's plugged in.
Like in case they don't show up, in case the Pats don't show up.
It's like Miss America if she cannot serve.
What would they do if some team, for whatever unimaginable reason, couldn't play in the Super Bowl?
Scrimmage, I guess, against each other.
Would they just
like
cancel the game?
Yeah, it's
Seattle
a hell of a hypothetical.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but something so horrendous happened that the Seattle Seahawks just can't make it to the Super Bowl.
Probably put a media team together and let them run out there.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it sounds like Henshin already reported what had happened. The Colts play.
The Colts get in.
Colts are in, despite not making the playoffs.
Okay.
Hey, Doug, I'm having a hard time getting tickets to the SLU game. Can you get me some tickets, please? I'll give you a big kiss and dinner at Anthonino's. That's from Katie Woo's burner.
I like that Anthonino's.
Oh. Good,
I don't have
TRs?
Great TRs.
I hear tell.
Big boys.
Tell you, Trattoria Marcella has big toasted ravioli.
I think I've had those there. It's a great spot, too.
Email in. Got that big Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Email the month giveaway from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin, tell us about Design Air, if you would.
Love Design Air. In fact, the kids were saying this way, it's too hot here. Can you imagine that? It's
How about that?
Too hot. The heat works so well, and that's because we got a new unit from Seth and the team at Design Air, and it's unbelievable, the technology that's available now, including the humidity in your home, the air quality, all these things explained to you during the process, all part of the great team that Seth has put together. The employees like working there. There really is a difference when you work with a company where everybody's good at their job, but also they come in and they seem to be not only good at what they do, but they enjoy working there. It's great to have a good team, and that's what they put together. Design Air, they've been doing this for more than a century. Sure, the technology has changed over the years. The industry has changed, but one thing has remained, and that is the commitment to excellence, having a great team that comes into your home, gets you up and running From start to finish, enjoyed the process thoroughly. It's designerservice.com. That's year-round, whether it's the AC in the summer, heat this time of year, whatever those needs are. Get online. Let them know you listen to TMA. It's designerservice.com.
There it is. 318 friends have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug. Guess people are at home enjoying a little coffee this morning and saying, you know what? I want to watch these four hot guys. And that's what they're doing.
Get the transistors out.
Yeah. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Now it's up to 323.
Oh, that's nice.
Unbelievable. Michelob Ultra sponsor of the YouTube chat. Subscribe to the channel. 6,470 have. And you can watch it as we talk it over here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios.
Hey, Classic Air Care is Greater St. Louis's and St. Charles's trusted home service company. Now, they've been providing top quality HVAC service since 1926. And when it comes to unmatched service and expertise, Classic Air is the HVAC provider you can depend on. Backed by decades of experience and continuous training, their team is proud to offer St. Louis homeowners and businesses the highest standard of service. And how do you know that? Well, their reviews back it up. They've got a 4.8 Google rating for a reason, and that 4.8 Google rating means that the customers are getting the top quality service they can. Customer service, customer satisfaction is their number one priority. And again, they've got decades of experience to make sure that whatever the issue with your furnace or your air conditioner may be, they can get the problem fixed for you. And by the way, in this kind of cold weather, with this kind of challenges to heat your home, they can still get to you within 24 hours. That's right. They've got techs on call with after-hour service as well. You can book an appointment online at classicaircare.com. You can give them a call at 314-350-8066, 314-350-8066, and they can get to you quickly to make sure your house is warm. They know how important that is. It's Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, live from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. And as is the case every Monday, we welcome Chris Kerber to the program on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
I'm good, man. How are things going for you with the storm, the travel, all the stuff that goes on around the league? I know the boys were at home, but how are things looking for you and the club with the conditions around the area?
I think they're just fine. Look, our travel is. Our travel's in good hands with Rich Jankowski. You know, we had to wait a little extra bit, which is really nothing for the plane to get to us in Dallas. We were able to get home safely, which was great. There was some thought that we might have to stay in Dallas, but that didn't happen. And then, we landed before things hit, which was perfect. And, everybody got down to the game safely. And, now we just let the road crews do their jobs, the emergency people do their jobs, and stay out of their way, and I think it's all been good. So pretty calm couple of days, to be honest with you, and fun to watch 8 inches of snowdrop.
Pretty entertaining game on Saturday, but they came out with a shootout loss. The Blues had a lot of those overtime and shootout losses this year, haven't they? Their record really could be better, considerably better, if they'd had a little more luck in overtime.
Yeah, it could be. They've had 9 total losses in, I believe it is, in overtime or a shootout. So that definitely could change the scenario there. Ironically, the LA Kings had 13, right, and they're sitting in a tie for that second wild card spot, and the Blues right now sitting 8 points back of that second wild card spot. But here's the thing: the last couple of games, they've lost. They lost in Dallas. They lost to LA. And to me, it's more indicative kind of really exactly where this team is at, especially with, 2 of your top 6 like Robert Thomas and Dylan Holloway out of the lineup, it's become, with the parity in the league, such a fine line in winning and losing that, the experience factor, lack of, I should say, by key players you're relying on, and then having some key experienced players out of the lineup, you tend to lose some of those 1-goal games, 2-goal games more than you win them. And I think that's where the Blues find themselves in right now because of those factors. And only experience, it helps you get through it. So, and you've got to get through it to get that experience. So to me, there's such a big difference between that loss in Dallas and the shootout loss to LA than, say, the blowout against the Edmonton Oilers. And you're going to have those blowouts sometimes, but they were much more competitive. There was much more consistent play, and you just didn't get some of the bounces you need in the game. But listen, it wasn't. I said to erase a 1-goal deficit twice, to have the lead at one point in time. It was definitely an exciting game, and nice to see them kind of get that late game tying goal.
What's your level of shock, though, overall? I know it's been a frustrating year. There have been injuries, but you just look at the standings. I mean, I think the excitement, the hype coming off last year, I think everyone was expecting big things. How surprised are you that they're sitting where they are?
Oh, I think you got to be really surprised, Martin. I don't think anybody, expected this. You were hoping to build, obviously, on making the playoffs last year. But this is where, to me, the snapshot view versus the bigger view, the 30,000-foot view, as Doug likes to say, really comes into play here. Like, the snapshot is you make the playoffs, you think, okay, you're where you're going to build this, right? And then so you go into the season, and the expectations are more, and then it doesn't start right, and then you start, well, what's going on? And then you just haven't seen them gain a winning traction, and then you start to look, and that you look a little bit back now at say the first half of the season camp, and you're like, okay, there were things like, you know, and it's fair questions, and I don't know if there's real answers to them, but, you know, you took a lot of looks at young players because you really wanted to see where some of these young players were in camp. Did you get enough looks at veteran players playing with veteran guys, you know, the way you wanted to start the season, that kind of thing. You know, special teams has been inconsistent. Why? Okay, well, you know, you're looking at some young players, some old players. There's just different things like that go through it. But I think everybody is a little bit shocked and stunned to sit there and, you know, you find yourself sitting just 8 points out of a playoff spot, but also 8 points over the last place spot in the National Hockey League. And it just hasn't come. Now, I said this at a season ticket holder function. We did a bourbon tasting with Rebel before the game last game. And, you know, somebody asked a question about it. And, you know, one of the things that I said about it is, like, it is that way, but one of the biggest differences is there's still an attitude about this team. There's still, like, this team doesn't feel downtrodden or beaten down yet. And that to me is unusual. That like, there is still something very positive in the group, and that gives you hope, not just for the future, but, you know, that you could still see an exciting, you know, run here at some point in time.
I suppose one of the positives a little bit is that Kairou's starting to come to life. 3 goals in the last couple of games. You see his play improving?
His play has been much better over the last few games, and in all fairness, yeah, a lot of it is because of the production. Look, this is a guy that's tied with Robert Thomas as the highest paid player on the team. You need production from him. You have not had good production from him. You have not had consistent enough play from him, game in, game out. And what we've seen here in the last 3 to 4, maybe 5 games has been good. And that's what you need to see, and that's what you should expect to see, you know, 9 out of 10, you know, 14 out of 15 games. You look at these other teams and the top players, you see them on the score sheet on a regular basis, and, you know, multiple point games here and there, and that's the kind of game that Jordan Kyrou can play. And it's real obvious, you know, when he's skating and using that speed of his. But look at that wraparound goal; it was a fantastic goal, and he picked up that puck with speed. He beat the goaltender with it. That's a big key to the weapon to his game, and he's got to use it. So that's an encouraging sign. That he's getting back to that point, and that's what you have to see from him on a regular basis if he's going to be effective.
You know, I would say if it's going to be a tough year, you got to get these young guys just the reps. I mean, Snuggerud and now Dvorsky, a couple of goals the last couple of games. I would think if you're a Blues fan and you're frustrated and you're looking for a positive, you just got to see those guys get more and more acclimated to the league.
You know, it's a funny thing, isn't it, Martin? Like, you guys hear from fans all the time on this, whether it be the Cardinals, the Blues, or whatever. Some's going, well, we got to look at the young guys. Let's see what the young guys can do. Very rarely does youth win in sports. You know, very rarely do you have a player that comes up, obviously, like an Albert Pujols, you know, and they just tear it up right from the start. You got to go through the growing pains. And look, there's another reality to this, and the Blues made the playoffs last year. It was an exciting run. If you're going to slip this year, well, you end up with a really high draft pick. I can make the case that that's a good thing for this franchise. That doesn't mean they're waving the white flag. Doesn't mean they're throwing in the towel yet. But you can play competitive. You can play hard. You can win some games with the style of play that they played down in Dallas in the last game against the Los Angeles Kings. But at the same time, you know, Jimmy Snuggerud looks like he's really taking that shot mentality that the coaches want him to take. Dvorsky had the key matchup against the top line in the last game. Otto Stenberg seems to be a really good young player that the coaching staff really relies on quite a lot for being, you know, having played so few games. You know, so they're getting just some valuable experience that you've got to get and you've got to go through. And since they don't have the veteran players like they did, say, in 18-19, to kind of carry the load while you're bringing along a Robert Thomas. Some of these young players are going to get thrown into the fire more. You're going to see some great play, and you're going to see some mistakes. But it will make the team better in the future because, they're getting that. And I really do think if you watch these practices and you listen to Jim Montgomery and how he's stopping drills still, I think the coaching staff is working their tails off and doing a heck of a job here. You just got to coach the youth right now and get there. Because I look ahead and I see, Justin Carbonneau, who scored his 35th goal in the Quebec League, last night, him coming in. You look at what Jiricek has done and, the potential that he has to kind of play like Pietrangelo is what one management member said to me. Like, so there's a lot of stuff coming. It's part of that. You decided to sell off veteran players that are still obviously playing impactful hockey around the league. You decided to sell those off when they were free agents, avoid a massive downturn. They did avoid it, but now you still got to go through some growing pains, and that's kind of where I see them at the moment.
Chris Kerber with us here every Monday on TMA, giving us his perspective, Blues and Stars. Tomorrow pregame, 6 p.m. puck drop here on 101 ESPN at 7 p.m. Kerbs, always appreciate the time, sir. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. Stay safe, and we'll see you at the rink this week.
Right back at you. That's Chris Kerber with us here on TMA, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, do you know anything about Callier and Thompson? I think you do.
I do, because I've been out there many times now, several times. They just have a fantastic showroom out there on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. You can get some great ideas if you're thinking about redoing your kitchen or maybe a master bathroom or a man cave, redoing your basement, all of it. Callier and Thompson can handle anything. They've been doing that since the 1950s. Their workers have more than 165 years of combined experience. These guys have been around a long time. They've seen it all, and they can make your house look like a showplace. Not going to be the cheapest in town, not the most expensive either. They're right there in that sweet spot where you are getting real quality at a fair price. It's kind of hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's always going to be there to back up the work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. If they do something, you don't like it a week, a month later, they'll come out and make sure you do like it. For them, they are always available for you. They care about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take great pride in the work that they produce, and they have done some fantastic work in homes all over St. Louis. You ought to head to their website, KyronThompson.com. Look at some of the before and after pictures. Really shocking what they can do for your home. You will love what they can do. Come home to quality online at KyronThompson.com.
There it is. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's coming up on the Stiefel dossier at 9:45. Could be a great opportunity today. Maybe some people aren't going into work and they're not going to be able to email in. This is your opportunity. Get a point, win 2 more. You could win a $10,000 HVAC system from Design Air Heating and Cooling. That comes your way at 9:45. The Colonel with us at 9 o'clock. That's your Stiefel dossier. The program's called TMA. Presented to you by Brown & Group on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion's flowing. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in or talk to him. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. They have it all, and they have 3 St. Louis area locations to serve you in Creve Coeur, in Darting Prairie, and in St. Peters. There's a reason that Michael's Flooring has continued to grow through 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and Michael makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. David Lee Roth's 70th birthday. That's my guess.
Boy, God, he feels older than that, but he was pretty young when they started. They were huge in, 78, 79? He's young then. Is it his birthday, first of all?
It's Eddie Van Halen's birthday.
Oh. Also in the...
He would have been 75.
He would have been...
73.
He would have been 71.
Math?
71. He would have been 71.
What year was he born?
1955.
Okay.
He died in 2020.
What did he die of?
Cancer,
That I
I
don't
think.
know.
He had been dealing with a wide variety of maladies going into his passing 6 years ago. How about that? Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. That's Jackson Burkett. And we are live in the Stiefel Studios on the morning after January 26th, 2026. Just joined by Chris Kerber in the previous segment. And if you want to podcast, you can podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Doug, I saw that Jason Gassrow on Friday night, as a matter of fact.
Did you really?
I did indeed. Yeah.
What was he doing? Just fixing doors right and left?
No. My wife and I, we were out having dinner and ran into him at the same location.
All right.
Yeah. He's good people.
Oh, he is great.
Jason, his wife, met his wife, JJ, wonderful people, and went up there and had ourselves a nice little feast and had some booze, passed out in a gutter somewhere.
Oh, did you really?
Over at the Windsor Inn.
You ever lay down in the gutter and Joe Pelusi's right next to you? Like, hey, what are you doing here, fella? Eddie Van Halen, by the way, died from complications of a stroke after a long battle with various cancers, including tongue and throat cancer. Oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah.
How about this? Our heat went out on Thursday. Insta panic. Left a message for Design Air that night. They called back first thing Friday morning, and they were able to restore the heat by 3 p.m. Friday before the storm. I cannot recommend them and their cute boys more. How about that from the 314?
Boy.
Another success story from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. God bless.
It's not surprising. I mean, they've been doing it since 1904, and he talked about the cute boys. They are known as the home of the handsome repairman. You might get Larry the Silver Fox or the heavily muscled and highly regarded Brian. It doesn't matter who you get. They've all been around for a number of years working with Design Air. It's a family over there. Fourth generation family owned. Seth Goldcamp runs it now. They believe in honest work. They're never going to try to sell you something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the extreme cold or the heat in the summer, they've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Hopefully you followed our advice and you had that furnace tuned up a little bit before the real weather came. But if you didn't, Design Air is right there to help you out if you're in a pinch now. If it goes bad now, you are definitely in a pinch. So visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
There it is. Design Air, sponsor of the email today, coming your way at 9:45 on the Stiefel dossier. Jackson Burkett and I will be doing the Tim McKernan Show podcast at 11:30 on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Since we noticed that so many people are hanging out today, probably staying home from work, so 327 friends have gathered in the YouTube app, the TMA STL channel. Subscribe to it. 6,470 have, and 333 friends are in there right now talking it over, including Kyle Glennon, the Nipper School Monitor, Martin's Wildcat Agenda, and Jackson's Stinkbud.
Oh, gosh.
There's a lot going on there. How about this text?
There's the actual avatar of a Stinkbud.
Steve Tuttle's Skateblade sent us this text earlier.
No, too soon.
He said, I was listening to 101 Saturday morning, two hosts from the South. One of them said word for word, some people like some things and some people don't like other things.
No! That's my hoodie today, Martin.
Oh,
I'm wearing
it is.
There it is. TMASTLshop.com. Imagine looking like me.
He said,
assuming you can fit into tiny clothes.
Maybe it's a Southern thing. How about that?
That's a Producer Joe original, and they need to attribute to it properly.
Well, he's from Georgia, right?
Georgia.
He's getting ripped off at a national level now.
Yeah. Joe's going to be furious.
Some people like things, and some people don't like other things.
And those are the words we live by here.
By the way, that Keaton Wagler, it was the second most points in the history of Illini basketball, tied for the second most. Dave Downey, Doug, back in 1963, put up 53 against Indiana. Wow. But all the basketball they played, all their great players, second most all time.
Yeah, Matt Painter was asked about it following the game. As you can imagine, it was the first question that the Purdue head coach was asked after the Boilermakers lost back-to-back games in the Big Ten, one of which at home at Mackey, after Wagler goes off for 46 points. And here is what he had to say.
Well, first of all, like just an impressive performance. I mean, I thought he was fabulous. You know, he has the ability with his step backs to even like in switches, like he's going to take you and then just pull back and just get himself into a great rhythm. And that's something we talked about, like, and he hit a lot of tough shots over us, obviously. But, you know, hats off to him. That was probably the most impressive performance. Evan Turner came in here one time and played pretty well. That's probably one of the most impressive performance, if not the most impressive performance we've had, you know, in Mackey Arena from an opponent.
Doug, Evan Turner, you remember what he did at Purdue?
Boy, he had a nice game.
Ohio State.
Yeah.
Oh,
He was one of those guys that seemed like he was there forever.
E.T., yeah.
I see the record for points against a Division I opponent. Kevin Bradshaw had 72 for Alliant International. That's who he played for.
Is that an airline?
Against Loyola Marymount. I've never heard of Alliant. But the record for two legitimate big-time program teams, Pete Maravich had 69, LSU against Alabama, 1970.
Jesus.
Before
the three-point line.
Without a three-point line.
Yeah. Jeez.
That's insane. Evan Turner, by the way, the game he's citing had 32, so it's still 14 points less. That game in 2010 at Mackey Arena. I mean, that's just a difference. Somebody is unhappy here, and I don't know, but he's continued to text it in, Doug. It's just a 314.
Okay.
Fake news! I see 94 people watching on YouTube. Where does this number in the 300s come from?
Two different YouTube streams.
Right.
One ESPN.
The one we promote on this program is the TMA STL YouTube channel. There is a 101 ESPN YouTube channel as well. Two different feeds. So there might be 90 in that one. Different neighborhood, so to speak.
Sure.
Ruin me.
No, we don't need to do
That's
that.
more of a TMA STL YouTube channel drop. Gluten-free perk.
She's still gluten-free, I hope.
351 now in that YouTube chat, and it's getting hot, and I think she is gluten-free. Guys, that 314 guy needs to stay in the 101 chat. That's from MD 2020. Tim, did you see Plowsy and Iggy very in caps with lots of R's active on the fan pin this weekend? Funny stuff. I did not. What was going on with the... I was in there, Doug, and I have my own... What do you call it? An Ask Me Anything?
I don't call it. You call it that.
I didn't see it.
Did they get into a squabble?
I don't know. Now I got to go scrolling. I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't see it. I'll have to take a look. I don't know. I don't have an answer, so I'll have to go scrolling at some point. Let's see. Hey, Timmy, if you need to make it out to Elevate Golf today or tomorrow, I can see you about a special road cleaning crew to help clear it out to Lake St. Louis for you. That's from the 636.
You're going to get your own road cleaning crew.
God, that's about 25 miles for one guy to clear the road.
So you can play some indoor golf?
I mean, it's important that I get my...
I don't know.
My wedges dialed in.
I don't know that they do that.
Local broadcast hero, Tim McKernan.
What do you mean hero?
I like it even better now that I know that was Chris Gardner.
Yeah, that's what makes it better. Free gluten-free park. That's from Speedy Keese's temper tantrums. Guys, the TMA YouTube chat are from the neighborhood that has en-suites. And, Doug, how do you pronounce this word? Escutcheons.
Can you spell it for me?
ESCUTCHEONS.
O-E.
The 101 ESPN YouTube chat is like Festus and an outhouse. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Okay.
Cryo.
Do the viewer totals on YouTube include gerbils? That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
Minute. Stop it.
Hey, Jackson, if Mizzou beats Alabama this week, I will not text in until March. If Alabama wins, Jackson has to have a pacifier in for the entire 9 o'clock hour the following day. That's from Stephen Time of the Brothers Time.
No deal. I don't care if you text in or not. I don't give a damn.
He doesn't
I'm not going to wear a pacifier.
Doesn't get to make the terms.
Yeah. I wear a binky in the hour, and you can't text in. Yeah, square deal.
Blocking.
They probably won't win at Alabama, so it wouldn't be a great bet.
I don't know about that.
Whoa.
Wow.
I mean, how can you say one way or another on any game in the SEC? It's
Mizzou on the road, so I'm going to assume.
Okay, they beat Kentucky on the road.
Okay. All right. Did you want to wager?
No, it's certainly
Okay.
not with Steven time, but I consider maybe a slight wager with you. I'd probably need the odds.
Okay.
Yeah, you're probably a money line. What do you think? They're plus like 170?
Yeah, maybe even a little higher. Although Alabama's looked a little shaky.
Alabama's ranked 17th.
Yeah, they've looked a little shaky at times. But Missouri has looked bad pretty much for the last couple weeks, so who knows?
Here is your update regarding the rankings of the local 3 programs. That, of course, is no disrespect to Missouri State, Lindenwood, SIU Edwardsville. Anybody else I'm leaving out, Jack?
Well, you nailed it.
SEMO,
Aristo.
Here's what we got, Doug, after Illinois' win at Mackey on Saturday. They're number 4 in the Kenpom, number 6 in the NCAA net rankings, and plus 1,900 to win the national championship. St. Louis University, number 24 in the Kenpom, number 19 in the NCAA net rankings, and plus 8,000 to win the national championship. That's down from plus 40,000 2 weeks ago, by the way, when I fired a $10 bet that would handsomely pay 4,000 should there be a miracle in Midtown. And Missouri is number 56 in Kenpom, number 69 in the NCAA net, and plus 30,000 to win the national championship. All those numbers courtesy of FanDuel.
Missouri's going to have to hurry up.
9-2 the rest of the way, Papers?
No, we'll have to be that good.
No,
okay. Not go 9-2. No, that would be. That'd be like tops of the
500-ish is what you're looking for, son.
Yeah, I think if they get 6 more wins, they'll be in pretty good shape.
6 and 5.
6 and 5, yeah, 6 and 5. I mean, Gabe said it when he's been on with us. If you go 500 or maybe one game better in the SEC, you're likely to get in. And if you have a couple nice-looking wins on there, obviously some rough-looking losses on top of that. But no, I think you win tomorrow night. The world changes for the University of Missouri basketball.
How about that, Doug? The world changes.
Okay, well, I think it better change.
101 ESPN YouTube chat. People buy silver coins and reverse mortgages off the History Channel. That's from the Hunchback of Arkansas. Is that correct?
A silver coin would be a good investment right now. It's skyrocketing. Skyrocketing.
Well, then it's a shrewd investment. Yeah. All right, Jackson, I will go $50 heads up. The Mizzou will not make the tournament, and yes, I'm good for it. That's from Steven Time of the Brothers Time.
No, thank you. It's not even money that they're going to make the tournament, so why would I take that bet?
Steven Time, that's another declining from Jackson.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do. I don't want to bet with people who are like bad vibes. I don't like that. Sounds not fun to me. I'd rather bet with my friends. So it's just that.
Would any of your friends, the Oatmeals, the Herbs, the Milk Duds, whatever, would they be likely to bet against Mizzou?
Yeah. Yes. I have some friends who are self-deprecating when it's popular to be so, and then into it when it's going well, and I can't stand that. So.
Herb?
Herb, yeah. I'll call him out.
Yeah, wow, Herb is just taking shrapnel.
He watched the Florida game. He was like, oh, wow, Mizzou's not bad after that. This is the first game I've watched. I was like, okay, then don't watch again. If you're not going
you're not allowed to watch.
If you're not going to be with us in the non-con, don't even think about coming and joining in during conference play. Yeah,
and to clarify, Papers, I don't want to fall into this Herb camp.
Yeah, well, be careful.
I'm rooting for Mizzou.
Yeah.
But when I tell you, I don't think they'll win, whether it's football or basketball, that's my brain.
No, I get it.
Not my heart.
No, I know it.
Be careful. I just got told to be careful. I'm going to get banned like Herb.
Yeah.
Can't watch. You can't watch my team.
Right. And I don't think he was upset about that sentence I gave him.
Well,
Doug, you want some Super Bowl nuggets?
Sure.
Sam Darnold, first USC quarterback to start a Super Bowl.
That is really surprising.
Doesn't that surprise you?
That was running back you for many years.
Yeah.
Carson Palmer never started one?
Matt Leinart, certainly not.
No. Think about it.
Pat Hayden, probably not.
So this will be the third time it's a Mike and Mike special. Mike versus Mike. Mike McDonald against Mike Vrabel. Doug, do you remember the other two?
when they were Mikes or just the same name of the coach?
Mike Shanahan, Mike Holmgren.
Yes, yes.
Maybe a
Packers,
Mike Tomlin
against
Mike Tomlin against
Mike McCarthy,
who is now
new
the Steelers coach.
and they are not happy in Pittsburgh about that, by the way.
Understandably so.
Well, he's
They
from
are
Pittsburgh, so that's why you
not-
hire him.
They are not happy in Pittsburgh about that hiring. Does Herb's daddy drive him to work also? That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer.
Herb was in New York, so I don't think
Not
so.
a lot of cars needed.
No, not in Hell's Kitchen.
I can't wait for Mizzou to fire Dennis Gates. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Weird. Weird text. Doesn't seem like you'd be interested in any coach they have, frankly.
Let's see. I'd like to grab Sweet Kai by his ponytail from behind in the back seat of my Cadillac in PNC Bank's parking lot. Doug, that's from the recovering alcoholic.
What the hell?
And that's apropos of...
Sweet Kai doesn't have a ponytail.
Yeah.
I don't
A
know.
lot of your friends have
I was just going to say, I don't think any of my friends have a ponytail. It's a unique look.
It's a horrible look on a gentleman.
Yeah, the best is when
George
it's
Washington pulled it off. But
the best is
when
when
a wig.
hard receding hairline, like way back hairline, but have really long hair in the back, and then turn it into a ponytail. That's a nice look.
Ponytail man bun. Where are you on? Is same level of concern?
No, because you see like a man bun on someone who's like super in shape. I don't see a lot of receding hairline ponytails on guys who are in shape. Again, probably more likely victims of gravity.
I think we have some new listeners joining into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, as I open up the YouTube channel where 352 friends are now gathered. How's that possible? You don't have friends unless you pay them out of your trust fund. That's from eggplant emojis.
Oh, it's for me? Oh, nice. Yeah.
That hurt? Was it hurt?
A lot of people with trust funds work when it's -4 degrees out and they wake up at 5 in the morning to go to work. That's what a lot of people with trust funds do.
Do Cottlevilles sit around in their McMansions in St. Charles County and feel like, yeah, I made it? That's from Jackson Stinkbug.
Probably some of them, yeah. There's some beautiful houses in Cottleville. I don't know why Webster's got this feud going with Cottleville.
Well, the overbearing sports dad fired the shot that got it going. I can smell the 101 chat. It's definitely Webster. So he believes that all the Websters are in the 101 chat. And the Cottlevilles are in the TMA STL chat?
We just had recovering alcoholic text in. He's a proud Webster resident.
That was the text inbox. This
very
is the
fair.
YouTube.
No,
There's
it's
so
very
many
fair.
ways they can get at us.
Yeah, it's very fair.
Colonel's going to get at us here in a matter of moments. Brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James Carlton now has Jackson Burkett on his client list.
Hell yeah.
314-961-4800. James got Jamie Rivers in October. He got Brandon Kiley in November, and he got Jackson Burkett in January. He got me back in 2019. Let him get you, which means you'll be saving money. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Saving money on auto insurance renewals. That is what James is seeing here. The lowest he has seen in his 18 years doing it. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. James Carlton presents Gabe DeArmond coming up next on TMA. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, live from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues off today, back in action tomorrow, taking on the Dallas Stars. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, Doug, they'll be playing this tomorrow night in T-Town as the Tigers take on Roll Damn Tide.
Okay. Boy, that'll be a good one. Hopefully a good one. That's
Jackson's
a tough
got a
test for the
$50 bet
Tigers.
with Steven time on it?
No.
Okay, that was just a no.
Yeah, I'm not
We'll
bad. I'm
move
not
on.
betting with bad vibes.
Okay.
Colonel wouldn't like bad vibes either. He joins us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys?
Jim Dandy on Saturday. Yo, Jim Dandy.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Well, it was good to have you on today.
I was in a big group chat with the Colonel while all that nonsense was going on Saturday. We might have been in 2 different group chats while that was going on, now that I think about it,
It's
Colonel.
entirely possible. I can't figure out who certain people are texting and who they aren't. There's a couple of numbers in there I don't recognize. So
The way it all went down, it looked like you would have been dealing with a much different post-game show until 2 different buzzer beaters got the Tigers over the top against Porter Mosier and the Oklahoma Sooners.
I mean, the crazy thing is it was still pretty negative. And I understand I'm a little bit a prisoner of living online for my job, but most of the reaction I saw was, well, fine, they won, but Oklahoma's terrible, and going to overtime against them is terrible, and everything's awful. And I just kept saying, I say this a lot, if this is not fun for you, why do you do it? I mean, if you did not enjoy that game Saturday, look, a lot of it was frustrating. Some of it was pretty boring. It wasn't 2 great teams or anything, but we saw 3 buzzer beaters. Oklahoma's just didn't quite count to end the first half, but then Missouri hits a 35-footer to force overtime, and the last guy you would want taking a 3 probably on the floor hits one to win it at the buzzer. I mean, that was I think most people who were there will remember that one for a while, whether it leads to the tournament or a national championship or anything, who knows? But, isn't the point of watching these games to enjoy it? And if your team won, that should be a good thing.
Well, but people like to be crabby. They
do.
It seems to me there's so much basketball talent in America right now that anytime you beat anybody, especially in a power conference, it's something that you can be happy with, that you don't have to make any excuses for a team just because they weren't ranked.
Yeah, I mean, coaches have said forever, winning is hard, right? Missouri's played 7 games in the SEC, and every single one of them has come down to within 4 points in the last 2 minutes. In 4 of their 7 games, there has been a shot in the air to win it in the last 5 seconds by the team that was behind. I mean, this is kind of what every game is. Every game, there will be a couple outliers here and there. They'll probably beat somebody by 15 and probably get beat a couple times by 15. But for the most part, these games are going to come down to the last 2 minutes. Your entire season probably comes down to 7 or 8 possessions, and what did you do on those 7 or 8 possessions?
And winning a game late, making a big shot late. Somebody pointed this out on the text line, said Gates takes a lot of heat when they have bad final plays in the final seconds. I got to give Coach credit for at least however they drew it up. I don't know if Mitchell was the plan or not. Maybe I don't know if they detailed that after the game, but you got to give him credit for a late game conversion.
Yeah, so the Trent Pierce play was the play. That was designed. Now, I don't know if they wanted him necessarily to take it from as deep as he did, but that was the play, and it worked. Also, at the end of regulation, people, I think, skipped over the fact that Mark Mitchell had a 5-footer to probably win the game, and it just didn't go in. So that sometimes, hey, a shot doesn't fall, a guy doesn't make plays. And Gabe said on the Mitchell play, he said that wasn't like we didn't have any timeouts, we didn't have anything. That was Mark Mitchell that was our best player grabbing the ball and making a play. And that's where my frustration comes in so much, especially in basketball with anointing or killing the coach after every game. It's mostly just guys making plays. Mark Mitchell made one, and if he misses that shot, the Oklahoma kid made one. That's more often than not what basketball comes down to. It's not like football where they're huddling up and the offensive coordinator is calling it a play on every single snap of the ball.
Mizzou's now 14-6 overall, 4-3 in the SEC. 11 games to play. Can they still go get 5 or 6 more wins in the regular season and get into the NCAA tournament?
Yeah, I think they need to go 6-5. They've got 7 quad 1 games left. 3 of them are at home. 4 of them are on the road. I think you can get 3 wins there. I think you have to beat Mississippi State at home. And then I think it comes down to Texas at home, South Carolina, and Mississippi State on the road. I think they're going to have to win 2 of those 3 to get to 6-5, which will put them 10-8, and I think in all likelihood put them in the NCAA tournament on the right side of the bubble.
I think what helps their resume a little bit too is that Kentucky's actually heated up. It looked like they were going to have a crap year, and that Mizzou win in Lexington, they're 11-2 at home. They won 5 in a row, so that win, any year when you beat Kentucky, it sounds good, but I thought this year was going to be discounted a little bit, and now the Wildcats are on a roll.
Yeah, number 28 in the NCAA net, and War Eagle, who Missouri also beat, number 29 in the NCAA net.
Yeah, Kentucky, Auburn, and Florida against teams other than Missouri are 14-4 in the league. Missouri's those are 3 really good wins, and people have talked poorly about Missouri's schedule, and I understand why. But when you actually look at it, they don't really have any more quad 3-4 games than most teams do. They have more quad 1 and 2 games than a lot of teams do. They've won, I think they're 4-5 or 4-6 in those games so far. So the schedule is actually, it's not going to be the anchor that a lot of people think it is, just because they played quite a few bad teams in the non-conference, and most of their games, they only have 1 game left that's not a quad 1 or 2 game. So they'll end up with 20, 21, good quality opponent games, which is pretty representative of teams that are in power conferences, and it's far more than a lot of these teams outside the power league, a lot of these mid-major teams are going to have.
Anything going on with the football transfer portal last few days that we need to know about?
Got a couple kids on Saturday. Caden Lee, we talked about a lot. Bobby Washington Jr., a linebacker from Miami that none of us had any idea was on the radar. I don't want to say it's done, but it's mostly done. I could see him maybe adding another cornerback from somewhere. I wouldn't completely rule out a defensive tackle, but I wouldn't think any more than a couple of more players. I think the roster is mostly set at this point for next year.
All right.
Gabe DeArmond.
Did Bo Prabula land anywhere? Did I miss that?
Is he Virginia?
Yeah, he's at Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah, and then 2 days later, they took another transfer quarterback. I can't remember who it was, but it was the kid from Pitt, Eli Holstein. And the word out of Virginia is that the plan is to have Bo be the starter, and Eli Holstein's going to back him up and then take over. See how that goes. I'll be interested.
All right.
Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. The Colonel with us here on Mondays, and on Fridays, Missouri and Alabama tomorrow in Tuscaloosa. Colonel, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
All right, guys, have a good one.
That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Colonel talking it over here. Coming up on our Stiefel dossier at 9:45, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Design Air, online at designairservice.com. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Only 5 emails left in the month of January, and a 3-way tie as things stand right now. 374 people in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 374 people, Doug. How about that?
That's a nice little nice little group. It's
usually
nice
we only see that kind of number in the TMA STL chat when there's a girl in studio, to be honest with you.
Well, we haven't had that in a long time.
Was it gluten-free perk?
Who was the last girl to be in the
Jackson,
studio?
you have that information in front of you.
Who was the last girl that we had in the studio? Boy.
Yeah, Learn maybe?
Yeah,
that's
been some time.
Yeah.
Huh.
Maybe it was Perk.
Gluten-free.
No. Liv probably was.
Yeah, that's a good guess.
Yeah.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day that's coming up at 9:45. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Went out and saw that Dr. Brandon Pryor last week. Man, is he good, and man, does he know how to take care of his patients. I am telling you this as somebody who's been dealing with some issues with my teeth over the last couple months. This guy knows how to save the day. His office is on Manchester in Baldwin, and he has a deal going for TMA listeners. Dr. Brandon Pryor is waiving the cost of a 3D scan and implant consultation. That's a $450 value, and it's on the house just to see Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. 100 westdental.com. Most dentists charge you $500 just to find out what's wrong. Not Dr. Pryor. For the TMA audience, Dr. Pryor is waiving the cost of a 3D scan and implant consultation, and that is a $450 value on the house just to see if you are a good candidate. Get your smile back, get your life back. Call 100 West Dental at 636-585-0100 or visit 100westdental.com to schedule right from your phone. Tell them that I sent you for a complimentary implant consult. 100westdental.com. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff, the final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel is making sure you are in on it. If you are a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, the Seahawks, or you're riding with the underdog, the Patriots, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count. Because after the Super Bowl, the season is over, and football is officially done. Who wants to make a play? Who wants to make a play? Martin's making a play.
How about this Duke-Louisville game tonight?
Oh, what do you got? Duke's at home. Take it on Louisville.
Cameron Indoor. Louisville's ranked. Duke's ranked. They got a 6 o'clock start. Duke's favored. We got an over-under, Tim, of 157.5. Earlier they played this season. That was right around I'm going to go under here. I'm going to go under on that Duke-Louisville game, 157.5. Look for the under to hit.
Martin got us a win last week on the over on Indiana-Miami, and now giving you a winner on the under for Duke and Louisville. Last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now. It's drawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. And Jackson Burkett is on the ones and on the twos here on the program. And we've been joined so far by Gabe DeArmond and by Chris Kerber. If you want a podcast, go back to the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Doug, they're still not happy down in Miami.
Why?
It's been a week.
Well, Nevin Shapiro has a podcast, Martin.
With sound effects. Sounds like a trailer for CSI.
He recorded an episode this weekend, and he is not happy with the play calling or they signed Carson back. Take a listen.
Why'd you go give Carson Beck all that kind of money? Just hand the ball off. If you're going to spend that kind of money on a quarterback, you expect to see what you saw with Cam Ward last year. That's what I expect. If you're going to spend that kind of money on a quarterback, I want to see Cam Ward.
He got you to the championship.
Why'd you go give Carson Beck all that kind of money? Just hand the ball off and be a game manager.
It's the music that gets me.
On top of
it makes
really
it sound like everything's so important.
Lukewarm takes.
Yeah.
Carson Beck, the guy who brought you to the championship, not good enough. Cam Ward did not bring you to a championship.
Jackson and I are going to be doing QFTA, and I think it's high time that we have some social media clips with dramatic music behind them.
Yeah, it's about high time, yeah.
I want it on this show.
Just
toughen up some of our takes.
Yeah. Kurt sent me one the other day. I'll take a look at it.
Is he going to compare every quarterback they have now to Cam Ward? How many of them are going to be the first overall picks moving forward?
Yeah. The Nevin Shapiro thing is really odd to me.
How do you like it when I send you a text of the latest Nevin Shapiro clip?
At this point, I'm anticipating it, I see it coming. And now it's because I watch them when Tim sends them to me, I get them now in my algorithm, and I'm like, oh, God, get this guy away from me. Can't escape Nevin Shapiro.
Do we think Miami fans enjoy his takes? Like, does he have a following?
Yeah, I wonder what kind of numbers he does.
Down there.
Miami's like a weird thing because, it's their fan base is highly populated by people who didn't go to Miami or don't live in Miami.
Right.
And so, yes, he does have a following, but that I think is a byproduct of the way their fan base is so spread out.
When the Hurricanes are going great, the people in Miami obviously jump on the bandwagon. But for the most part, most of them are Florida Gator fans.
Yeah.
That was my experience when I lived there.
Yeah, I had a similar thing.
Webster and Connellville residents are all trash. Thanks. That's from a Kirkwood native and current Ellisville resident because I'm too poor to move back to Kirkwood. Doug, that's from Big Walt's Missing Teeth.
That hits pretty close to home for me, too.
Us Weldon Springs sit around and say we made it. Those in Cottleville bring North County to St. Charles County. That's from the 314. I don't know what has led to these today, but there is a lot of Webster Groves and Cottleville warfare, and now Weldon Springs and Ellisville are being brought into the mix along with Kirkwood.
Too expensive to move into Kirkwood, so we went to Ellisville. Yeah, I'm sure that's happened to a lot of people.
Jackson and I will be doing QFTA coming up at 10:30 on the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can send 11:30, 10:30 if you're in Denver.
Denver, right?
You can email your question in or your comment, preferably erotic story, TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. That'll be on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Since we have noticed that so many people are just hanging out in the YouTube chat today, I guess, Doug, people are working from home. Let's take a look out at Olive, where Jackson's going to be blinded when I open the curtains here.
Okay. Curtains are open.
One car just went by.
One car. And the street is very passable.
Still.
Parking lot clear.
I have not seen a car since that one car, Mark.
There's a couple of trucks.
There go two.
Yeah.
Now there's another one, a truck.
Okay.
So
another truck.
It's that Olive and Lindbergh, those state highways. Those are always like to me, my experience is those are the worst roads.
Yeah.
Is any state highway. I don't know what the deal is with
Because
that.
of a jurisdiction issue, perhaps?
I guess, yeah, because all the municipalities probably work on their own roads, and then it's on MoDOT to do the others. I have no idea, so I'm speaking on my ass.
I feel like last year we had this discussion, and then Big Plow started calling in, and they were explaining to us.
Did we have a plow driver calling?
Yeah.
Well, Kirkwood Road and Lindbergh were fine when I drove in at 6:30. I mean, there was snow on the ground, but people were moving just fine.
Yeah.
What's everybody doing today? How are the roads in your neighborhood? We want to hear from you. Text in 1-800-SNOWJOB. Let us know. Let us know what's happening in your neck of the woods.
314-974-0101. In 15 minutes, In 15 minutes, somebody's going to get a chance to win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day with only 5 left. Buck Swope is tied with Alan Dadeville in the incel on the other end of the couch. Chairman Kurt, is he filtering from home?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. Because I was just thinking, I opened that thing up, and if I just start reading blind,
bad idea.
This station would lose its FCC license by 10 o'clock.
It's really, we know what's crazy is I just got an email from TikTok saying, the Nevin Shapiro show has posted a new clip. Yes! You might be interested since you engaged with them recently. I can't escape. They're sending me emails now that Nevin is posting.
Huge win.
For Nevin, I guess.
It's a good podcast.
Yeah, I haven't listened to one solitary second of the actual podcast, but the clips with the dramatic music,
Very nice.
It's good stuff.
It's the music that gets me.
How about this, Martin? You got an offer here. Doug usually gets the dating offers, but now you're getting one. Hey, Martin, let's get some burgers and beers after onboarding on this snow day. That's from Big Tuft.
Well, I do have to work today, but I like the idea. A little village bar.
Oh, how do you do?
I wonder if they were, I don't know. I should know if they were open yesterday with
I
all
had
the
a bunch of
games
friends
on.
who were up at Helen's, as I said, and O.B. Clark's, and said you couldn't get a table. Doug, I don't know what it's looked like at Helen's when you went wandering through there eating wings by yourself.
I didn't eat any wing. Didn't order anything.
Table for Vaughn, party of one. Table for Vaughn is ready. Party of one.
There was a table or two available, but for the most part, it was crowded.
So
that
I guess
was
we
my
should all hang out at the Bellagio today and have some burgers.
I was thinking I was going to offer papers right now. You got that QFT. It's in the way. We could have been eating wings by 11:20.
Yep. Now you get to hear.
Said you got a 4-hour,
yes, you got a 4-hour podcast after a 4-hour radio show. And in my experience, how would Libby Jack know when he doesn't even drive when it's snowing? That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Holy hell.
Are there days that you do drive when it snows?
Yes, absolutely. I'll probably drive in tomorrow. I just didn't know what the roads were going to look like. Didn't want to risk not being here.
Yeah.
So my dad was like, you want me to help you out? And I said, yes. And I guess that really pisses people off. Including people who are always so pleasant, like Eric in the Central West End. He's probably having a great weekend.
Yeah, I'm really sure the people of Cottleville with their Whitmore Country Club membership sit around and wish they lived in Webster's public housing squalor. That's from the 636, and here we go. How did this start? I did a Swopes picks on Webster versus Cottleville, but I know he's working on like the 6-part Lisa Ann thing. Has anybody been interviewed for that? I want to be interviewed for that.
No, I haven't. Open to it.
Yeah, I want to come on Swopes picks.
He sent me the audio of the other day we were talking about Plowsy doing stand-up.
Yes.
And then Buck sent me one of his episodes where it was you guys discussing Plowsy at the mic. Not great audio, but I got the gist of it. Buck, he is a absolute TMA historian.
He is.
Yeah.
Best in the business.
I mean, are there others? But he does seem to be the best.
I think he's about the only one.
Okay. But he seems to be the best. Niche.
How about this? Everybody needs to lay off Jackson. He's a nice guy. The joke's over. These texters don't even own a car. That's from Steven time, who you said gave you bad vibes and you're not going to bet with him, but now he's
working his way. Yeah.
He's working his way back.
Chipping away. Yeah, that's very kind of him. I don't care if people are upset that my father drove me into work today. I don't give a damn.
How about this then? Daddy, drive me to work. I'm like 30 years old and I'm scared. That's from Lady Sonia's teacup, who sent that in 3 times in the last 30 seconds. I don't know if that leads to an appliance discounter's
the suspension
or not.
Yeah, it's so good that you want to make sure that it gets in and people know that you said that. Yeah, and that's basically what the conversation was. I was cooing it light when I woke up this morning and
cooing it light.
What does that mean?
Yeah, like
you're
a baby.
An infant?
Yeah, it's kind of like
that's a good line.
Like a kitten.
Do you call him Daddy?
No, I don't
cooing
call him
at
Pop.
light.
No, I was cooing
How
at
about
the light.
this? Every single restaurant or bar in my neighborhood besides one is closed. Groceries are scarce. If you can get out the 4 inches of solid ice, it's crazy. That's from Uncle Moose's saucy pork steak.
4 inches of solid ice.
So he's
where
in a
is
tough
he?
spot.
The text above, the text above says he's in Nashville.
Oh, I think they got hit hard.
90% power outage, Martin.
I think, so that most of the texts on here are sort of cheeky or attempting humor, Doug. I think that might be legit.
Yeah, that's Uncle Moose saucy pork steak who's down in Nashville. Freezing rain made the snow to slop. Sunday, it is froze solid. No plows, no salt, no nothing. Wow. Uncle Moose saucy pork stick needs to call in. Yeah. Sounds like that's a disaster. I saw they were sending pictures out Oxford, Mississippi, was like 2 inches of ice, and then trees were falling because they were weighed down with all the ice.
Yeah.
So it sounds like Uncle Moo's saucy pork sticks dealing with it,
I guess
too.
just a few miles made a big difference in the snow you got or ice. Do you guys happen to see Craig Berube this weekend?
Yeah.
That.
Oh, I can't even look at it.
It looks like somebody dropped a piano on his face or something.
So he lifted there's audio of that too, but he was meeting with the media, I think it was Friday. He's got a hat on, but he's got a black eye. And he said, you should see the other guy. Ha ha, media chuckle. And he said, yeah, I had an accident in the gym. And then you're going to see it tonight anyway. He takes his hat off, and there's a huge line of stitches in his skull.
Yeah, there's a complete semicircle.
Oh.
Almost temple to temple.
So I don't know. Did a weight? I can't.
It's kind of what it looks like, a round weight, because
it's landed on his skull.
Yeah.
Or walked in.
50 stitches.
Then he showed up for work the next day.
Yeah, he's a tough SOB, but man, that looked brutal. Ooh, I would have considered wearing the hat, hitch his hat, just put that on for the game.
Or maybe just call in sick for a couple days.
But it's going to be there for a while. I mean, forever, but look. Ooh.
That's a good reason not to ever go to the gym again.
There you go, Doug. You want to go to Bellagio, Doug? Just eat some wings? Eat some fries?
That's probably from doing free weights instead of the machines, right? If you do the machines, I think you're a lot less likely to get an injury like that.
So we're all going to the Bellagio, and we're going to have some tastes. Mind if I get a burger with some fries?
Get the waffle?
I might get the waffle fries.
God, you know what? We're not kids, but when it is a snow day, don't you feel I was home all Saturday night, much of Sunday, a lot of things to get done, all kinds of time to get it done, paperwork, whatnot. Didn't feel like doing any of it because you feel like you deserve a snow day, just like a little kid.
And you got to get the fireplace going, too.
Yeah.
Was that right?
Even though your home is still 68, 70 degrees with the furnace. Boy, if we don't get this fire going, we're all going to freeze.
Martin, I don't know if you've got the Air Comfort Service text inbox up in front of you, but there are a number of references to gym accidents. And one of our former producers, producer Joe, Doug, remember when Prod Joe had a, quote, accident in the gym also, but his ass bled?
Yeah.
That's from Chief Jay Strongblow. There's no way that was a gym accident. The only gym accidents I know of cause a bleeding anus. That's from Steven Time. And then just don't press push. Accident in the gym, sure, right. Just like Prod Joe. That's from Just Don't Press Push. So the listeners, that didn't even cross my mind, but tip of the cap to the listeners. They hear Craig Berube had an accident in the gym, and they tie it to producer Joe, and unfortunately, the blood from his anus seeped through his linen pant at Cardinal spring training, leading to questions from some of the ball players.
How can I prevent my anus from bleeding?
Right. That was his big concern.
No, it's a stupid question.
I can't even look at the pictures of Chief with the big, the skull. Of course, there is discussion online. What kind of gym accident? Like, people kind of wanted to know more. That might be a press conference. We need the audio if there was any grandma moments there.
It's a great Simpsons clip where Homer's like working out and he's essentially pulling down the bar, and the weights he's lifting are hitting him in the head every time he does a rep. And that's what people are like, is this what Berube was doing? I mean, that looks like he's like an extra in a horror movie with that kind of slice on his head.
Oh, I can't look.
It almost would have been like a plate of weight would have fallen right on his head to get that kind of round cut. Sharon and Clayton says Berube won't tell the details. The doc who sewed him up should go back to closure school. My dog could have done a better job. Should have had a plastic surgeon close that. Yeah, boy, that was a big hit.
Well, just like Chief, we're Warriors. We're in there doing this show, Doug.
We've
Toughed
suffered.
it out.
Right.
Yeah, champions. That's what we are.
Little champions.
Little champions. Yeah, we're little champions. But then we'll be at the Bellagio. Right?
I did see online somewhere said that the kids today don't have the same experience we had when it was school closed. You would get up. You had to get up early, turn on the radio, and just hope to God they'd say your school's name, or you'd look on TV. But if it was A through Z, and you missed you got to wait for the whole scroll to go through again. Now you get a phone call and a text like the day before.
When did your kids find out they didn't have school yesterday, Martin?
Oh, I feel like it was middle of the day, like
text around
2 or 3 or something.
12:30 is when got ours.
Every now and then, someone would learn the code that you call in and tell the school that the school was closed, and they'd call off school even before the school called.
All right, sabotage.
Because there's some code that they give the radio stations. Or
This is Principal Vaughn announcing no school.
We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here in the next segment on the Stiefel dossier. This is a big email of the day. Alan Dadeville, Buck Swope, and the incel from the other side of the couch are all tied. Carlos Spicy Wiener has a win. He could wind up winning the whole thing. So could Shooter McGavin. So could Cougar Hunter Jake. So could Chef Boyard Deep. So many great emailers, Doug. Who's going to win? Find out next on the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. What do you think here, Doug?
Sting.
St. Louis's own. Scott Joplin, right?
Yep. But it's somebody's birthday, Paul Newman's birthday today.
Huh.
Okay. Probably been dead about 20 years. Probably
He's been dead for 18 years.
94.
lived to be about 70. That's pretty good. 97.
Today would have been his 101st birthday.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Wow.
Lord.
The ladies loved his style.
Yes, they did.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna's the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on the program. And an active YouTube chat today with many people off, working for home. And you can go in there and talk it over with 368 TMA listeners. This is the TMA STL channel. I don't know about the 101 ESPN channel. Jackson, are you in there?
No.
Yep. We will be on the TMA STL channel 11:30 with the Tim McKernan Show podcast to try to fill the void that people are experiencing today by not having work and hashtag working from home, Doug. So that's what we'll be doing. Send your emails in tmckernan@InsideSTL.com. But now it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Only 5 emails left in the Email of the Month competition that Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling is giving away a $10,000 HVAC system to the winner of. Buck Swope has 2 wins. Alan Dadeville has 2 wins. And the incel from the other end of the couch has 2 wins. Who's going to pick up a win today? It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Worst thing about Stormageddon and subsequent lingering snow is the closure of golf courses. Despite brass monkey alerts, this bureau answers the siren call of Lynx to play in the Wednesday Birch Creek 2-man scramble, even though clubhead speed has become legal in school zones. Good luck to Cardinals in their effort to make more deals.
Cardinals.
Though they may have trouble convincing one player to waive his no-trade clause. Word on the street is that one outfielder is pursuing business interests. He shall remain nameless, but the working name for the establishment is Lars Nude Bar.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
Oh, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Please appreciate that this submission includes no gratuitous shots at anybody on the TMA roster.
Thank you.
No need to try to elevate oneself by putting others down.
Right.
Are you listening, text line? It's only hoped that Jackson concurs, especially after he learns that the writer of this email is a proud alum of the Harvard of the Smokies, former home of the San Francisco Giants manager who was deemed unworthy to be head coach of the Mizzou baseball team. By the way, we apologize for those late touchdowns that boosted scores past 60 a few years ago. Stay warm, boys. This too shall pass. Wait 6 months and it will be 92, a.k.a. the Billiken strength of schedule. Until then, I send warm regards.
Wrap it up.
That's from Shecky Light Green. I'm here all week. Don't forget to tip your waiters and waitresses. Try the veal.
Boo.
Shecky Light Green.
Just boo.
Yeah. No, nothing about that was good. It was long.
Oh, wow.
Uninteresting.
Well, what if I loved it?
Yeah.
Now you're trying to influence my
hey,
vote?
vote for it if you want.
Shecky. Light.
You don't feel like that's going to be the winner when it's all said and done.
Don't think it's getting my vote.
Misconnections. Highway K. I seen you recently. Doug, that's how you talk. You in a brand new Silverado because everyone knows December is truck month. A man who understands $0 down on a 60-month lease on something worth 1/2 the second you drive it off the lot is insatiable ROI. Me likey. Your attire could best be described as Battlehawk casual. My kind of man. A type that lives life in fear that 2026 will be the season the Rock's accountant gets the balls to tell him he actually owns the league. Putting the nail in the coffin, the professional equivalent to the Big Sky Conference. The dome cleaning crew didn't bother cleaning the dirt off the seats for Monster Jam before the Battlehawk season opener doesn't bother you. You probably tell people you was at both. Are those multiple trucker hats? Some featuring a fishhook clipped to the bill, displayed across the dashboard? Ooh, you're a bad boy. I'd love to sit down and discuss how a group of players who once played on the other side in one of those blood donor games in college could someday have a ticker tape parade, assuming that parade would also be held in Dallas and not their host city. If this was you, meet me at Chuck's Hot Chicken off K this Wednesday. I'll be the one listening to the Biffin Show episode with Cherie DeVille, the one where Biff went down the entire food pyramid asking Cherie about splashing and followed every answer with a okay, girl. Caw, that's Al, and he's in Dadeville.
Al, and he's in Dadeville.
It has to chap Chairman Kurt's pasty white ass to hear these awful emails come in, knowing his track record would instantly put him in the finals every day. You think he doesn't get cold down there in Jefferson County? They have running water now, and a few of those pores even have indoor heating. Can you imagine how he feels, knowing any one of his alias email names would submit better material than the morons who are trying to get a cheap laugh? I bet every day Kurt types out an email, sends it in before the email of the day segment, and then filters it out so he can say to himself each night, I did it the right way. No, it won't get read and wouldn't count if it did, but he knows that new HVAC system should be his. I'll tell you what, Kurt, if that new system finds its way over to my little neck of the woods, you come over any time to warm up your Tootsies, and we'll share a 2-liter Mountain Dew with one straw. Thanks, boys. That's from the generous hick you all know and love, Biscuits with McGravy.
Biscuits with McGravy.
You guys know that I don't superficially judge a man by his bank account. I judge him by his snowblower. And this weekend really put an emphasis on it. Roger is suddenly strutting around the neighborhood like God's gift to grill masters with his Toro 32-inch powered TRX. But that isn't going to make up for his overgrown landscape or impotency. If he thinks that he is going to take the Nooning Tree Dads Group Ultimate Frisbee captaincy from me, he has another thing coming. Even if he cleared enough roads to allow the Soy Boys to get out to Filoni's for their annual AFC Championship so they don't have to cancel by fax or email. That's from Shooter McGavin, the Vice President of Dad Rides, our new dad-stepdad car service. Patriots Nation is rejoicing that Vrabel's dad safely delivered him to the stadium.
Shooter McGavin.
Good day, gentlemen. With the snowy, cold weather conditions, I had plenty of time to kill over the weekend. So, of course, what does a woman do on a Saturday night other than watch the 2026 AVN Awards? Here are a few highlights of the evening for you, Doug. Best girl scene. Miss B Nasty and Kira Noir took home the prize for their hot sapphic scene in doming her husband's side piece.
Oh,
titles on the nose a little.
Our Bang Bang guy will be here, thrilled to hear that Tommy Pistol won Best Leading Actor for his role in Strip.
I like the name Tommy Pistol.
Doug's favorite category, MILF Performer of the Year, went to Lexi Luna. Is that how you pronounce it, Luna?
I don't have any idea.
In a shocking announcement, cheerleader Kate walked away with Best New Starlet. Much to the surprise of NBA fans, Vince Carter won Male Performer of the Year. Basketballs weren't the only thing he was dunking in 25.
No.
Angela White cleaned up in the fan-voted categories, winning Favorite Female Porn Star and Most Spectacular Boobs. Comedian Brittany Schmidt brought the laughs, where Abigail Morris and It's Low kept the program flowing smoothly as the cocaine in the ballroom. There were tears of joy and pride. Women who have overcome so much in life and still reach the mountaintop. It was a glorious and inspiring night. Anyone have any faves I missed, Doug? Much love from your banty little hen. That's from Sharon D, Doug.
Sharon D, a gentleman. I have a feeling he might have given a realistic rundown of what happened in the show.
I know the best girl scene was correct.
Was it?
It's good information to have.
It's not.
Snow day equals research. Why does Tim choose to be bald? On the day that he was born, the angels got together and decided to create a dream come true. So they sprinkled moon dust in his hair of gold and starlight and his eyes of blue. But this email's about naughty surprises. Sunday, Sunset Hills YMCA. Piece of man candy floating in a pool. I was immediately blinded by the light of his toe ring. Khaki and Speedo barely covering the good parts.
This is Kevin Miller, isn't it? I recognize the writing style.
Are you filtering today?
No.
I was immediately blinded by the light of his toe ring. Khaki Speedo barely covering the good parts. Great gams, long and toned. Had a Juliet Prowse thing going on.
Juliet Prowse. There's a name I hadn't heard in 50 years.
My buddies stiffed me at Helen's. I've been watching Landman. Let's role play. I'll be Sam Elliott, and you were the stripper rehabbing my bummed shoulder. Mama didn't raise no fool, so I was in. But when I swam over, he took my hand well below his shoulder. That's from Elsa, and then the last name is Ketal.
Elsa Ketal. Hispanic.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the origins. The wife says the NHL's gone soft. No enforcers, no fear. I wanted to prove her wrong. I'm a scout for the Blues, so I take my wife up to Nova Scotia for real hockey to watch the Halifax Mooseheads play the Moncton Wildcats. Real junior hockey. Billets and bus fumes. Overtime hits. 2 bruisers. Marc-Andre Bouchard and Guy Leclerc dropped the gloves. Buildings ready for violence. The energy was off the charts. Benches yelling, and then they ditched the tarps, removed one another's buckets, pulled each other close, and started open mouth kissing at center ice like it's one of those French art films.
No.
Jackson Lee Curtis raves about on his movie podcast In Between Bites of Activia.
Bad.
Jackson Lee Curtis, that a Jamie Lee reference?
Yeah, not a good one at that.
Linesman short circuits. Wife applauds. I close my notebook. Hockey's not soft anymore. It's just brave and emotionally available. Pass the Labatt. That's from Sports Guy, St. Peter's great skate bantam champion in 1997.
That's too long of a name.
Sometimes the names are longer than the emails.
What was the first couple words?
Sports Guy.
Sports Guy.
Sports Guy.
Wow. What a weekend in sports. The Billikens blew out the Bonnies and got out in upstate New York without their bus driver picking up a DUI. Mizzou hit 2 buzzer beaters to win a game that was longer than a Paul Thomas Anderson movie. Illinois freshman Keaton Wagler dropped 46 in the Illini win at Purdue. And what's the media in this town talking about? How Doug's friends are beta males and soy boys. Speaking of soy boys, great to see Libby Jack pull himself up by the bootstraps by having his dad drive him to work today. Hey, we get it. You have front-wheel drive, which according to Google AI are generally effective in snow, offering superior traction over rear-wheel drive. Nice show prep, ass. I would legitimately like to salute great American Jeff Burkett for driving his son to the place where he gets paid to turn knobs and reject bad vibes bets. I must say, I thoroughly enjoyed Jeff's appearance on Movie Boy discussing his family's roots in the Southern Illinois oil industry, even if my attention was divided by my streaming Heatwave on Amazon Prime.
Heatwave, we gotta get on that.
Doug, that's a 2022 straight-to-video lesbian noir film featuring the actress who plays that female lawyer on Landman. The sound wasn't on, but I got the gist of it. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, The Recessed Lady's Breast.
Buck Swope.
When you've spent half your life spitting hot cakes, then you retire and get old. You have a lot of time to sit in front of a fountain and ponder. And all kinds of questions pop into your old man brain. For instance, when Jesus turned water into wine and bread into fish, is that what it was?
The water into wine thing, I think. I don't know about I don't remember the bread into fish.
It turns into waffle fries?
Did it? Okay, I got to study that a little bit more.
What do you think it was? A nice Merlot and Chilean sea bass or Boone's Farm and catfish? And would it have killed them to put out some cake? Who invented the shoelace? And who decided what not to use to tie the shoe? It takes a kid months to learn the bunny goes around the tree.
Months?
And through the ears and up the pole or whatever the hell it is. No more laces. All slip-ons. When a plane drops bombs on ships and misses, how many innocent fish are killed? And finally, just give me the temperature and I'll decide what to wear. Don't say it's going to be hot, cold, freezing, warm, cool, brisk, chilly, pleasant, mild. Just say 85 or 32 and I'll decide what color 3/4 zip to wear. I've become the angry old man sending soup back in a deli. I don't even need an HVAC unit. I have perfectly good radiators. I traded for a ticket to Scotland with Martin. Stay warm, cucks. That's from Ken Iggy Strode, Doug.
Ken Iggy Strode.
Was it really him?
I think so.
Yeah, it's the Negril 111. All right.
Famous.
And finally, Is that a marinated beef kebab sitting atop a fresh pile of cucumbers and tomatoes tossed in a light and tangy vinaigrette? Or is that just Bill's dense boy waste after dining not one but two fully loaded batting helmets full of extra chorizo and sour cream? Makes no difference to me, Doug. His wastings is my tastings.
No.
That's some T. Terry, TT boy. And that's what we have
Terry.
for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The winner will be announced at 10:55, a crucial win in this three-way tie. But the leaders only have 2 wins. This thing is up for snatch grabs. It is 10 o'clock in St. Louis. We're closing out the Marcana Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Into the 10 o'clock hour we go, which is presented to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's got onboarding. Maybe it's going to happen at the Bellagio today. I don't know. I'm up for it. Doug, would you get waffle fries or would you get the standard fries?
Do they have grilled chicken and broccoli?
I hope not.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I might do that. I think that's going to be the move.
The chef will go, who ordered the broccoli out here? Who came to Village Bar and asked for get out?
Yeah.
Oh, throw them out onto Manchester.
Martin headed to onboarding. We're headed into the 10 o'clock hour. It is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
For over 135 years, Stiefel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stiefel do? Well, pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, check. Banking through Stiefel Bank, yep. Own a business. They've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stiefel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stiefel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stiefel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stiefel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why they're partnering with TMA. It just makes sense. Stiefel and TMA, where success meets success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Hell of a ball game on here tonight on 101 ESPN. BYU taking on number 1 Arizona. Pre-games at 7:30, tip-off at 8 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, there's so much going on. I feel like maybe we need to do another 5 hours. And we will do it with QFTA at 11:30 on the TMA STL YouTube channel. The Recovering Alcoholics in the YouTube chat, and he says, Sup, Iggy Z is in the chat. And then Iggy says, Zoe listens to the show, and it's a girl, Doug. It's a real-life girl.
I don't know.
And she says, good morning, sunshines, and then a smiley emoji. This person's a special spirit, and she's in the YouTube chat, and she's a girl.
It's not a girl. It's a guy from Alton.
Why do you always think they're north of us?
Well, I get that vibe from Zoe.
Oh, they're going to flock to the YouTube channel because they want to see James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency.
Hello, James.
Well, good morning. You remember that first week you guys were on YouTube? There was a woman on the East Coast somewhere that stumbled upon you, and then she called in.
That's right.
Yeah.
How did that happen, I wonder?
And then our listeners gave her such a hard time, she stopped listening.
Well, what hard time being guys hitting on her. Kind of like if you look at Mina Kimes' comments. Is that correct, Jackson? Jackson's nodding.
I don't know who that is.
You know who Mina Kimes is, really?
Oh, I've heard the name, I guess, but what kind of comments does she get?
Jackson?
Misogynistic.
You went with a one word, a lot of syllables.
Yeah, misogynistic.
And the same kind of comments that our listener got? Like guys here thought they had a chance with someone who lived in North Carolina?
Yeah,
if they would just send her, drop into the DMs?
Online chat room dating thing, like any sort of chat or Reddit or anything like that where you're like using your goofy usernames and then trying to like hit on people is...
You think it's ever worked for anyone?
For sure.
I do wonder. It has. You think so?
Oh, yeah.
Like a guy likes a picture on Instagram, and then posts in the comments,
like a
sure would love to see them feet, and then the next thing you know, they're at Wright's Tavern. That's what happens.
I don't think it would be Wright's Tavern. Maybe a tavern, but not that tavern. And I think it's happened. If you're asking me, has it happened? Yes. Does it happen often? No.
All right.
Iggy's chat room story is still my Mount Rushmore of Iggy stories with his brother. That was the most incredible story.
They were sending each other pictures, claiming they were a woman.
Each pretending to be lesbians in an AOL chat in the mid-1990s, and then they realized they were chatting with each other and they were brothers. I don't want to kink shame, Doug, but...
And what do you hope to gain by claiming to be a lesbian when you're not?
Took that off. Speaking of Wright's Tavern, I've never been. It's my wife's birthday. I procrastinated, so if anybody wants to forfeit a nice Saturday 7 p.m. reservation, my DMs are open.
I would assume that you should just be able to put in a call and that'll be there.
The one time I tried to go, they're like, oh, you just have to line up early to get one of the bar spots, right? So I arrive at 4:30. The guy goes, don't even waste your time. There's only 6 spots, and you're number 7 and 8. Just go on your merry way. And so I did.
Bad beat.
6
but I hear
spots
it's good.
at the bar?
Is it? Yeah, I might be off on that, but it's not huge in terms of the available, open seating spots.
Jackson, how many people? I could never get in there. How many people?
I've never been there.
Oh.
I've never been there.
I've never even seen the place.
It's in the mud, right?
On Whiteout, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just go to Mally's. That's all I know.
It's way too simple.
Sizzler.
I go to the Sizzler. James, what's going on in your world? I mean, people, you got Jackson Burkett as a client now.
Yes. Thank you so much, Jackson.
Thank you.
We greatly appreciate that.
Saving me money.
No, that's the name of the game. Yeah, anybody out there, they're sitting at home and just trying to figure out what to do today, go to carltoninsurance.net and just see how much we can save you. It just takes a few moments, and we are open. I'm the only one in the office, so don't walk in because I won't be there for another 30 or 45 minutes. But call
you're
in.
Here now.
Yes.
Give and takes.
But call in. As I'm sitting around inside my house for the last 72 hours, I pondered quite a bit, and I was thinking, whatever happened to Timmy Tom Tom?
Timmy Tom Tom.
He was my favorite emailer.
Sometimes the emailers change names.
No.
They do. I don't know what the Timmy Tom Tom, who could have been, for my money, a 27-year-old lady from probably Upper West Side who decided to go to school at WashU and started listening to the show and sent an email.
Out of your head, no.
But I don't know. The emailers, they come and they go, you know?
He had a really good playbook. He would just recap Iggy's show, but he'd do it in a way that was absolutely hilarious. And I mean, he was on a run there where I think he was up there with the gentleman, Dodo, that you've suspended many times.
Yeah, he's suspended indefinitely.
Still is.
Yeah.
But outside of that, Tim, it's been a few weeks and some glorious football. I was just telling Martin.
Were you in Las Vegas wagering?
Last weekend.
How'd you do?
Not terrific.
Oh, no.
We got to play some golf. That was lovely.
How are the conditions?
Great.
In January. Were they really?
Yeah. I mean, it was high, 72 every day we were out there and sunny, so that was great. I would say the best reaction I've ever seen in a sports book was the Caleb Williams play on that 4th down. I mean, that was incredible.
Yeah, I bet. So you were in the sports book when he made that
for that game. Yeah, that was incredible. And then did you guys hear your friend of the show, Kevin Harlan's call on that with Kurt Warner? It was a glorious call because that was such a ridiculous play. I mean, every week, Caleb Williams, I know, he takes a lot of flack for painting his fingernails, but he is must-see TV. I just love watching the Bears, and I was bummed to see him get bounced there.
I saw this earlier. We've had a monster number of people in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat throughout the show today because I guess people are obviously at home and watching. And they were discussing earlier least anticipated Super Bowl and the one that was going around, Patriots and Panthers. The year that the Panthers beat the Rams here in the divisional round and then went up to Philadelphia, if I'm not mistaken, and beat the Eagles to then go to the Super Bowl, and then they would lose to the Patriots. That this is the least anticipated Super Bowl since. I watched the games, of course, yesterday, but I didn't have near the interest relative to if the Bills would have been in there and if the Bears would have been in there. And when I said that last week, that resonated with some people. And I believe it or not, I'm not even really anti-Rams. I just don't care. Just like I don't really care about the Seahawks, the Patriots, or the Broncos. And so the Patriots and Seahawks, will I watch it? Of course, but I'm not all that intrigued by it.
What happened in that 2003 Panthers game that Martz caught so much crap for?
Oh, James, you've activated me.
I forgot what he did.
Listen, would it have changed the historical trajectory of St. Louis in the NFL? Probably not, but I don't know. I think I don't want to speak for Martin. I know he's already gone to onboarding. But I feel like he may have said this before, that he thinks that if they would have won Super Bowl 36, it could have changed things. I do think that. But this was 2 seasons later. They were a great team in 2003. Warner was already gone because I think he had gone to mentor Eli Manning with the Giants. I think he had a season or 2 there. Mm-hmm. And the Rams were really good. They were playing the Lions in the final week of the season at Ford Field. I was at that game. The Lions were terrible. I think they had a win, something like that. And it was thought that, Warner was still with the team, actually, now that I think about it, because they go, I wonder if Warner will play in this game. So Warner wasn't, and he did. He did play a little bit, I think, in that Lions game. They wound up losing to the Lions, which cost them home field advantage throughout the playoffs, which we were worried about because the Eagles were really good. And then they had to host the Panthers here. And it was kind of thought to be like, this is a speed bump. It's not going to be anything. The big game will be when the Rams go play the Eagles. And sure enough, the Panthers somehow jump out to a pretty big lead. To the Rams' credit, they come back. The Panthers are on their heels. And the Rams have the ball. They're driving down the field at the end of regulation. And I remember being on the sidelines. Doug, do you remember Dre Bly?
Sure. Defensive back.
Dre Bly was in the stands, like in the front row. And it's not like we knew each other, but, I'd been in the locker room covering the team when he was here. And you could see that Martz was going to kneel on the ball and play for overtime. Or play for a field goal, I guess. Maybe a game-tying field goal as opposed to...
That's what it was. Okay.
And I remember turning around with my hand, in the surrender cobra, I can't believe this, but I'm not talking to anybody. And I catch Dre Bly's eye, and he's just shaking his head. And the Rams kick the field goal. It goes into overtime, and then Steve Smith burns Jason Sehorn, and the Panthers beat the Rams, and that was the last ever, and probably will be the last ever playoff game in the city of St. Louis.
How about that?
Now, they would play in Seattle and Atlanta, I think the following season, if memory serves, in the playoffs, but the last one in St. Louis. And when I talk about coaching errors that I still blow me away, that is on my absolute Mount Rushmore. I can't believe it. I still can't believe it.
Because that's not his MO.
That's exactly right. And you know when a team is on it's like college basketball when a guy calls a timeout because he senses the momentum. I couldn't believe it. And it was going Martz's way. John Fox was the coach of the Panthers, and they were just done. They had a huge lead, and the Rams came back, and he could have finished him off. And I still don't know. And I remember Kyle Turley the next day said, "No, we support our coach." But then when he went sideways with Martz, I think at the end, if I'm not mistaken, and he laid him out for it. And there's actually a video of Torrey Holt on the sidelines yelling at Martz.
And that's not normal.
And that's not normal either. Yeah, that was brutal. It's some negative Rams history for everybody to enjoy this morning. There it is. But that's what it is. Yeah, Dave Steckel in the Missouri defense against Auburn and the SEC Championship, that's on the Mount Rushmore. Whatever was going on with the Cardinals in Game 5 when Ishikawa hit the home run in the NLCS in 2014, there were guys who weren't even on the roster playing or something. Michael Waka came in to pitch first time in more than a month. I still don't know what that was about. Yeah, there you go. There's my Mount Rushmore, Doug.
Okay. Nice to get that off your chest, isn't it?
Yeah. A little taste of what you're going to get on QFTA.
Okay.
Where Jackson and I sit in the studio for 5 hours this afternoon.
God. I mean, good. That'd be heck of a
I had something for QFTA. And this, hey, if you don't want to run it today, I don't know if this is a topic that what do you call it? Gets your synapses firing?
Yeah, synapses.
Let's see. So I went through, half my school in public school, half my school in Catholic school, none of which were here in St. Louis, so I'm not offending anybody. But I would say of the people that I still stay in touch with, those that are active churchgoers are more out of the public school camp. And those that went to the Catholic schools are the least active.
That's interesting.
And I was wondering if there's any parallel or if that's something you guys noticed in your friend group as well. I didn't know if having the theology classes for 6 to 10 years in a row kind of turned them off from pursuing a life of faith.
Wow, how about that? That's an intriguing observation. It's a good QFTA there. James Carlton does wonderful work on QFTA.
It's been a while.
James Carlton is Jackson's insurance agent now. He's mine. He's Jamie Rivers. He's Brandon Kiley's. We ask you become one as well and support the sponsors. Longtime sponsor. Coming up on a decade here.
How about that? What are we going to do? Is there going to be a cake?
There's got to be a cake.
Come on.
314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton. Thank you, James.
Have a great week, guys.
Thank you, James.
James Carlton coming in the challenging conditions here on TMA. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more Morning After here on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you here on the program. Martin Kilcoyne has left to go to onboarding, and Chairman Kurt is working from home, so that is why he is not sliding into the dais here in our 10 o'clock hour. If you missed anything, you can podcast like the Dickens. A lot of college basketball talk, a lot of NFL playoff talk. And, of course, joined by Chris Kerber, as always, on Mondays, and Gabe DeArmond, as always, on Mondays. Big doings this weekend with the St. Louis Golf Expo. I'm thinking about going out there. It's,
where is it?
Big doings. You're probably saying, where is it? And then you're probably saying, when is it? Those are the two things that you're probably asking.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm going to tell you right now, my delay tactic is to not answer while I click open the bullet points. So that's to be fully transparent with the audience right now. It's this weekend, Doug, and you can go out there and take it all in at the St. Louis Golf Expo 2026. Here is where it is and when it is. SSM Health welcomes the St. Louis Golf Expo January 30th through February 1st at St. Charles Convention Center. Get bonus golf balls and pro tour tickets while they last, and that's presented by the Post-Dispatch. Test big brands with Pro-Am Golf. Enjoy the Sinclair Lincoln Long Putt, Trilogy Financial Simulator, and lessons by Elevate Golf. My guys at Elevate Golf at the Golf Expo, January 30th through February 1st in St. Charles. Thank you to 101 ESPN, Tito's Vodka, Sun Valley Golf Course, Yingling Flight, and the BMW Championship. Special tickets at stlgolfexpo.com. There it is. It's this weekend.
Okay.
St. Charles Convention Center.
And that, if I'm not mistaken, that's right on 70, just a little bit west of the bridge, right? Just right across
Jackson,
Missouri.
you're out
It's
there.
on the south side of 70.
Sounds right to me, man.
Yeah, I think that's where it is.
Sounds right to me.
Shame on us for not getting out there more.
Right. I'm out there. I'm out at Elevate on a regular basis. I might even go out there today. I just got a notification that they're open. So if somebody wants to see clubhead speed, well, it'll be on display.
Okay. Would there be any golf courses open for someone who might want to play some winter snow golf?
The text Cletus, because I would imagine.
He can probably get out there.
I imagine he'll be getting out there. Yeah. Let's see, Jackson. What do you got here that we haven't played that I'd like to play? What do you got? Josh Schertz, what's he got going on?
Not to be complacent. Here you go. Get that open.
My biggest job as a coach right now isn't the X's and O's. It's the mindset. It's the mentality. It's making sure that we don't lose our edge. It's making sure that I am overly over the top against any kind of complacency, any kind of relaxing, any kind of human nature. Because at this point, it's your, you're battling that and the ability to want to, decompress or play the score or think that things are a continuum. And so, I've been through it a few times at Lincoln Memorial. I think that was great experience in terms of, how to navigate it. And, and it's the same at this level. So we're our goal is to keep that edge. And it goes back to what we talk about always, the Kaizen, the obsession with improvement. We'll look at this game. It'll be a lot we did well. There'll be things to clean up. There will be. Not a lot, but things. And but if you stay obsessed with improvement, you stay obsessed with how you can get better, we get better, stack days, be present, those kind of things. It gives you a chance to keep getting better while you're winning, which is ultimately how you have championship level seasons. You keep getting better, keep improving while you're having success, which is obviously incredibly challenging.
How about that?
They're becoming a national story, I think, or should be. Will be if they continue to tack on the wins.
They're certainly getting more and more attention, and it's not because listen, there are other mid-majors that are having nice seasons. It's the manner with which they're doing it that's getting the attention, and I think that is, when you go out and shoot 13 of 18 from 3 in the first half.
Not going to lose many basketball games.
Holy crap! I mean, that's just absurd. And Sharma had the 29 and went off with 9 threes, but Trey Green went 5 of 10 from 3, and you beat a team like that. I mean, that's I don't know what the name of the gentleman's who was on the call. He used to coach at LaSalle, Italian guy. So Dick Vitale would certainly know. He said this is the best A10 team he has seen since 2020 Dayton. And now there was no NCAA tournament in 2020, but they did have the brackets out because everything shut down in between the Selection Sunday and the first round. But if you recall, Dayton was a 3 seed.
They were sick.
In 2020.
Obi Toppin. Ain't no stopping Obi Toppin.
Okay, stop it. Martelli, is that the name you're trying to think of?
No.
Fran Dunphy?
Nope.
Ashley Howard.
Fran Dunphy would
John
probably...
Gianni.
I think Johnny Gianni. You talk about Johnny Gianni.
Johnny
And there
Gianni.
he is. And he's in upstate New York watching the Billikens play on Friday afternoon for a suspicious 4:30 tip. And he's sitting there saying, I've never seen anything like this. This is the best A10 team I've seen since what's considered to be one of the best A10 teams in recent years in Dayton.
Yeah,
and by the way, the bad man didn't really have much of a game. He only had 6 points. So it's like, pick your poison.
Yeah.
Robbie Avila only had 9 points.
He didn't play too much, talking about Kellen Thames. I wonder if they thought, well, we got this game under hand.
That's
Let's
right.
Keep him
That's
on the bench
exactly
here.
right. Huge week this week. George Washington in town tomorrow, and then Dayton for, I guess it's being called TMA night at Chaffetz. I don't know.
I don't know either. It should be.
Here's my issue with that. Number one, I'd like an appearance fee.
Ideally.
Not too much to ask. Right when you show up.
Right. And a bar tab.
Cash.
Yeah, and maybe you'll give some of it back at the concession stand, maybe not.
At Lorenzini's for bottle service.
Yeah, that should be free.
But now I'm sure people are going to expect me to sign and take pictures, and so I got to bring my step stool.
Maybe we should do QFTA live at halftime from center court.
20 minutes isn't enough.
Not nearly enough.
Can you
we'll have the teams wait until we're done.
Can you wear a bag on your head so people don't recognize you when you don't want
Well, the
them
problem is because of my skull shape, the bag always tilts to the side like a Gumby cut. Is that Bobby Brown? My
But
prerogative?
if you got like a big Schnucks paper bag,
That wouldn't be bad.
It might hold its shape.
Fan to blow it. Kind of like those things when they're shooting free throws. And they're those, what do they call
Wacky
those
inflatable men.
Wacky, that's literally what they're called?
I think wacky inflatable tube guys. That was a big joke on Family Guy. You see them at like car dealerships, and then
That's correct.
Student sections
or like
have brought
around
them out.
tax season at a strip mall.
Yeah, and it's like they go up, they go down. Yes, up. Yeah, very similar. I'm now looking at the Gumby cut, and I think you should do that.
I can't grow any hair.
Well, we can get you a piece or something.
Yeah. Do you think they sell toupees with Gumby cuts?
No, but
for you to have a hair piece.
For small Irish people.
Yeah, they would both be like terrible looking and probably offensive.
It's a win-win, we call that in the industry. We'll announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. I have no idea who won.
No, I don't either.
I can't wait to find out. That's coming up at 10:55. BK and Ferrario. Alex is doing the program from home.
Yep, just tested with
Jackson
him.
just tested with him. So
Yep.
he's doing the program from home. We'll be doing QFTA on the TMA YouTube channel at 11:30, so you can tune in to watch the fun and games. That's coming up at 11:30. This is the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Jackson, is it another one of your remixes?
Yeah, that's right.
You're doing work in the studio, in the lab.
Yeah, some days, you just find it. Especially when Doug's talking about pogs.
Yeah. Listen to Marshall Mathers.
It's made for a fine song.
Hey, I can't wait to get our stuff. Have you boys ordered your stuff from Polos Plus or not? I'm getting sick and tired of asking, to be real honest with everybody.
I've picked out some wonderful gear here, and I can't wait to see what it looks like.
All right. Sounds like Doug hasn't.
I've looked at it. There's so much I don't know what to pick from.
It's so good.
Every time I think, that'd be great. No, wait, look at this.
I emailed Andrew Hubbard over the weekend. I said, we got to do something with the TMA STL shop and this stuff because it's so good. Yeah. Check out Polos. I'm not BSing. Even if they weren't a sponsor, I'd be saying the same damn thing, to be honest with you. Polos Plus, locally owned and operated company. And what you can do, and this isn't just for TMA merch, really, it's for small and medium-sized businesses, actually, although I'm interested in getting into TMA merch with them. Is this. They can get you high caliber apparel, and then you can put your company's logo on it. Polos Plus offers brands like Carhartt, Travis Mathew, Nike, Under Armour, and the list goes on and on. You can see it for yourself, and you go to polosplus.com. And then what you do, if you're the business owner or manager, is you take your company logo and you just upload it, and then they embroider it on the shirt. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's not really that unbelievable. It's pretty ABC, but they do it, and they do it well, and they've been doing it for 30 years in the St. Louis area. It's locally owned and operated. It's polosplus.com. Andrew Hubbard is a longtime TMA listener, and he says if you have any questions, you want to talk to him directly, you can email him at andrew@polosplus.com. In addition to that, you can go to polosplus.com and take 10% off with the promo code TMA. That's polosplus.com. We all have some Polos Plus gear coming our way. polosplus.com. Check it out and use the promo code TMA to get yourself 10% off. Doug, you said earlier in the program that you felt bad for the Broncos. Your son, John, a big Broncos fan.
Sure.
And you said, you know what, if they had Bo Nix, they probably are going to the Super Bowl.
I think so.
I agree with that. I realize it's, you don't know and you'll never know, but I tend to think that as well, because minus that first pass downfield, the Mims, Jarrett Stidham really didn't have a whole lot going on. So Jackson has sent over the following. Doug, it's a guessing game. 10 times in which a late season injury impacted a team's championship trajectory.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. In the NFL or all sports?
All sports.
Oh, gosh. You want specific examples?
I mean, I just want the names.
When an injury has altered a team's postseason trajectory.
Yeah, this is Devon Henderson's column.
Gosh.
What do you say, Devin?
Nice show, Prep.
Well, I'm sure there's been a lot of quarterbacks get knocked out, and other people have had to step up. Right?
Okay, well then why don't you? If there's so many, then why don't
share
you?
one.
How about Bledsoe when he went down, and then Tom Brady stepped in?
I don't think people remember that.
Well, I do.
It's not listed.
Okay. Gosh. So
Hot
you want
start.
somebody getting hurt? Okay, I'm going to go right to the initials. Give me someone who got hurt. I'll see if I can.
BP.
B. Bob Phillips. When did he get hurt? What happened to him? Second letter, first name.
R.
Brian Peterson.
Nope.
Brian Peterson's
Yeah,
out.
he was healthy.
The third letter, please.
Oh.
Brownwin Piccadilly.
Correct.
Who did he play for?
Is that from the AVNs?
Fourth letter, please.
C.
Brock Purdy.
Yes!
Okay, see, that was
Good
easy.
work, Doug.
Okay. That was
2022-2023 49ers. Purdy's improbable rookie season ended at the worst time with a UCL injury in the first quarter of the 2023 NFC Championship game against the Eagles, which the 49ers would lose 31-7. The Mr. Irrelevant pick, taken last in the 2022 NFL Draft, had fought his way up from the practice squad to take over starting duties that season in Week 13 after Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo suffered major injuries, and then he got hurt in the first quarter of the NFC Championship game. Josh Johnson was tabbed to finish the game, but suffered a concussion in the third quarter, which for a brief moment had Christian McCaffrey readying a helmet with a radio before Purdy returned, but he was unable to throw. So he had to simply hand the ball off.
Okay.
And those of us who are Missouri fans know all about that game plan.
Yeah.
I remember when something just like that happened,
Fayetteville.
going way back to probably the 60s, when I think both Johnny Unitas and Earl Morrow got hurt with the Colts, and they made a running back named Tom Maddie be the quarterback for.
How'd he do?
Better than you'd think he would.
Yeah. A lot of those guys are like they were quarterback in high school
Could
or
have
something.
been, yeah.
Also on Jackson's list, KD and KT.
Kevin Durant.
Yes.
And what was the second initial? KT. Thompson.
Yes. Splash.
Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson.
The
Right.
Warriors suffered a double whammy in the 2019 NBA Finals, with the Warriors trailing the series 3-1 entering Game 5. Kevin Durant tore his Achilles after just 12 minutes of court time, and then Golden State still managed to win in the game to stay alive, but then Klay Thompson tore his ACL in Game 6. And without the team's second and third leading scorers that season, the Warriors lost the Finals 4-2 to the Toronto Raptors. Here's something that I'm going to throw out to you, Jackson, and see if I'm right on this.
Okay.
2019 Toronto Raptors is to basketball fans what Danny Willett and the 2016 Masters is to golf fans.
Yes. Yes. It is viewed as what they would say a hospital championship. They're the beneficiaries of a lot of injuries going on throughout the sport. I think, not to mention with the Warriors, but I think they had someone suffered an injury, maybe Giannis earlier in the playoffs. It was like a Kawhi Leonard is an unbelievable player kind of championship, but not necessarily respect to the cross all of basketball.
I would say
right or wrong.
In basketball and football, mainly, the teams that go all the way are usually ones that stayed healthy with their stars.
Yeah.
Look at the Blues in 2019, eh?
Yeah. Health, especially, in basketball and football both. Like, you just got to be healthy. That's why, people get upset about the regular season. It's like, all that really matters is, are you healthy come, March and April? Because that's when it starts to really count. April and May, I should say.
Doug, this one took place in college basketball in 1999/2000.
Brother. Let's have initials.
Kwame?
KM.
KM. Kirby McGuire.
Nope.
Keith Magnuson.
Nope.
Second letter, please.
E.
Ken Morrow.
Nope.
No.
Kind of close, though.
I am.
Ken Morrow is like half of the first name.
The third letter, please.
Why?
Kenyon Martin.
Yes!
Okay. Yeah, I remember it now.
Cincinnati was ranked number 1 in the nation. He was the National Player of the Year, an eventual number 1 NBA draft pick by the Nets, but the big man broke his fibula in the Conference USA tournament.
Against SLU.
That's right. Billikens.
Rah, rah, rah.
They were dropped to a 2 seed, then lost in the second round of the tournament, 69-61 to Tulsa. And I think that's what launched Bill Self, if I'm not mistaken. I could be off on that.
Was it? Could be. Timeline seems right.
You were going to bring up Tyrese Halliburton in the 2025.
Oh, yeah.
Tyrese.
Popped that Achilles right at the beginning.
Okay.
Game
What about
7.
Colt McCoy?
Colt, sure.
When did he get hurt?
Pinched nerve in his throwing shoulder in the first quarter of the 2010 National Championship game against Alabama.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that.
What about Juju Watkins?
Juju Smith-Schuster. Juju Watkins or Juju Smith-Schuster?
Juju Watkins, USC basketball player.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't remember it.
Happened in the last year.
Yeah.
Got to do show prep, man.
Still don't remember. I don't remember
When I
what
went
I had for breakfast.
to that basketball writers awards where Dickie V spoke, it was awesome. Juju Watkins' grandmother was there to accept her award on her behalf, and she was delightful. No, she was great.
Could be a fun surprise guest.
It could be. I'm not saying it will be.
No.
But it could be.
Yeah.
How is Vince Coleman not on this list? It's from the 314
Maybe
and
he
many
is.
others. He's not.
Oh.
But Jim Rice in 1975 is.
Okay, I forgot what happened to him.
I actually don't know what happened to him. Jim Rice was the AL Rookie of the Year. And in late September, he broke his hand after being hit by a pitch against the Tigers.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't remember that one either. I've only seen 15,000 games since then.
I mean, if you're going to pick that one, I would pick Vince Coleman and the tarp just because of how weird it is more than that. And it also is 10 years more recent. One, of course, being 51 years ago. The other 50, 40, whatever the hell it is. Who cares?
The Bo Nix one's so weird because it's like no one knew when it happened.
I know.
It was like Adam Schefter sent a tweet out, and I thought it was from like one of those fake Schefter accounts. I was like, what do you mean he's hurt? I just saw him win, and it didn't seem like he was down on the field.
And did an interview after the game.
Yeah, I was like,
okay.
what do you mean he's hurt? That was really odd.
He probably thought he just sprained his ankle.
Yeah, the adrenaline's probably rolling so much they don't even know.
1047 in St. Louis. Program is called TMA, Time Check. Brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. And we will have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. Brown & Crouppen, the presenting sponsor on TMA, online at getbc.com. Usually on Tuesdays, we have Andy Crouppen, Ed Herman, or Brody Herman, or Terry Crouppen in. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. See if the roads are improved substantially between now and tomorrow. But we have them on, and we have them in, as they are local. Founded in St. Louis in 1979, and here they are serving the St. Louis area for more than 45 years. Brown and Crouppen. Don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the big national insurance companies and the local courts? It's Brown and Crouppen at 314-222-2222, or go to getbc.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. You're listening to TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center Update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Hey, Blues are back in action tomorrow, taking on the Dallas Stars. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center Update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
All right, Doug, we're about to announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Critical here with only 5 emails of the day left in the month of January, and somebody winning a $10,000 prize, a $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp at Design Air Heating and Cooling. And if you've got a business and you want to give away the big prize for the month of February, email me at McKernan at InsideSTL.com. I mean, my goodness, Design Air has owned this program in the month of January. It's a smart business move, I'm just telling you. Yeah, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Coming up about 35 minutes, Jackson and I'll be live on the TMA STL YouTube channel. If you're at home and want to participate in QFTA, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com or just the TMA STL YouTube channel. TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal for you. Come in and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive their other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they are called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis, with 7 area locations in Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. You can always go back and podcast, and if you're podcasting, it's brought to you by Jason Gassrow and Schaefer Door Company.
When I got in my car early this morning, I said, I hope the car starts. I hope the garage door goes open. And yes, the garage door went open because I have had normal regular maintenance done on my garage door. When it gets really cold like this, that can be very hard on garage doors. If you've got any problem with yours, can't make it raise, can't get it to go down, you call Schaefer Door. I'm going to spell it, Schaefer. You don't have to be able to spell Schaefer for them to come out and fix your garage door, but it does help, so you can look them up online. SchaeferDoor.com is the website. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. Great brand. They also have that special Monday morning standby service at Schaefer Door. This has probably got a lot of calls on this particular Monday morning. Doors tend to break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or have a warehouse with those big, giant, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members that have been working there for years, big enough to handle any kind of job you can throw at them, small enough that you talk with a real person when you call them on the phone and have some questions. And their service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to try to sell you something that you don't need. The website, again, is SchaeferDoor.com. You can call or text at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present to you a boy by the name of Jackson Burkett, a boy who was driven to these studios today by his father, but a boy who is becoming a man, and you know he is because he's about to announce the winner of today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email today for January 26th, 2026. Huge moment in this show's history.
We have a new leader in the clubhouse, fellas.
Who do we have?
Alan Dadeville.
Oh my goodness!
His 3rd win for the month, putting him atop the email today standings.
Wow. Alan Dadeville has his 3rd win. And if he can stave off Buck Swope in the incel from the other end of the couch, or somebody who just comes in and goes on a heater and wins the next 4, because Al only has 3 wins, Alan Dadeville's going to have himself a brand new $10,000 HVAC system. I still think Buck Swope's got a win in him, though. I still do. Yeah. And I don't know what's going on with this incel from the other side of the couch.
Yeah, it's just
Chairman Kurt says he writes in, but they get filtered. I don't know.
Really? Too naughty, probably.
Too naughty. Jackson and I live at the bottom of the hour on the TMA YouTube channel. BK and Ferrari are live right here on 101 ESPN in a matter of moments. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN, live from the Stiefel Studios and on the TMA STL YouTube channel.